Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us today on Right Side Broadcasting. We are in Tampa, Florida at Raymond James Stadium, where President Trump is scheduled to deliver remarks at 1:30 p.m. Eastern. Zoe and Philip here. It is a balmy 84 degrees today. We are so excited to be. We'll be all going back to the Rust Belt tomorrow, but we have 5 days to go into the most important election of our entire lifetime. There's a big crowd here. We're expecting a huge turnout, as this is probably the biggest city that President Trump has held a rally in since he's been on the campaign trail. It's usually been smaller airport hangars in different rural areas, but we are smack dab in the center of Tampa Bay, a population of 3 million people, and there is a massive crowd lined up of fired up patriots. As you guys know, Florida is the biggest swing state in the union, 29 electoral votes up for grabs, and President Trump is not leaving anything to chance, even though it does look like he is going to win the Sunshine State. Now I'm going to pass it to Zoe, as she's going to tell you about our partner for the day.
Thank you, Mike. Again, I am happy to be here. Of course, it's always a pleasure to be on the road with this amazing team, bringing you guys exactly what you want to see, all things President Donald Trump. Again, our partner is My Patriot Supply. You guys, with everything going on, you see in Philadelphia and all the chaos that's going on, you all have to prepare. And the best way to prepare is through My Patriot Supply. Today only, you can save $30 on their 1 week food kit. This kit comes in a super cool ammo can, and it contains breakfast, lunch, and dinners that last up to 25 years. 25 years. With all the civil unrest going on and all the protests and all these crazy things happening in the world, the last thing you want to do is go to the grocery store and be caught without basically being able to get any supplies that you need. But it's good to prepare now. The way that you can get in on this deal is at prepare2020.com. Again, that is prepare2020.com, and today only, that deal is to save $30 on their 1 week food supply. Philip, I know that you just got back late in last night from a rally. Tell us a little bit about that. And I know you've been watching the polls and everything. Just tell us a little bit about that as well.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. And it's good to be with everyone joining the stream. Last night, I flew into Tampa from Wisconsin, La Crosse. Many of you were probably watching the rally that President Trump had there. Most notably, he took the beast around the racetrack, which fired up the crowd and the people love. There is no racetrack here today, so unfortunately, I don't think that will be happening, but that was a great event. They usually say in politics that enthusiasm wins elections, and there was so much enthusiasm for President Trump in Wisconsin that it's hard to believe that he's going to lose the state, even though all the polls say so. But we know that the polls are fake, and it proved so in 2016. The president, we're in the state of Florida, in Tampa, as Mike had said. The president won the state in 2016 by 1.2% over Hillary Clinton. Polls show him behind Joe Biden, but we don't believe that. Enthusiasm wins elections, as I said. And as the crowd gathers here, we're going to turn the cameras and we will show you that there is a lot of enthusiasm here for this president. There is crowds from side to side and starting to fill up in the back. So we believe that the enthusiasm and the turnout for President Trump in this city is going to definitely lead to a victory for him on election night.
Thank you so much, Philip. And I got to tell you guys, as a resident of the Sunshine State, this is my stomping grounds. I spent 2 years in St. Petersburg, which is just across the bay. I now live near Daytona Beach. I have been all across this great land in the state of Florida. This little strip of land that they call the I-4 corridor is where the election will be won or lost. There are equal amount of registered Democrats as there are Republicans. And I got to tell you, in the last 3 years, I have seen nothing but an explosion of support for the president. When I first moved down here, it was a little iffy. There were some Trump supporters for sure, but there weren't outward Trump supporters. Like, people didn't have signs in their yard and all that stuff. Now you cannot go anywhere from Tampa Bay all the way up to Daytona Beach without seeing MAGA signs. They're literally on the side of the highway. So it just goes to show you that President Trump is really hitting hard in Florida, and he's going to win this election. I'm declaring it right now. President Trump will carry the state of Florida. And I think the Biden campaign, they know it. They know it. That's why they're working overtime. That's why they're holding fundraisers. They say that Joe Biden is still up in the polls in Florida, but there's literally no evidence to that. Whether you're here, whether you're in Sanford, Florida, Ocala, or whether you go down to Miami and you have a parade of Cubans for Trump, Venezuelans for Trump, that's where that really hits home, is the Hispanic support for Trump is astronomical at this point. There is zero chance that President Trump loses the state of Florida. Now, I see that we have 7,000 people watching. We want to thank every last one of you for tuning in and supporting us here at Right Side Broadcasting. As many of you know, we are almost entirely viewer funded. So we rely on your donations to travel across the country and cover this historic campaign of President Donald J. Trump. So your donations actually allow us to send 3 correspondents, multiple cameramen. It allows us to upgrade our equipment. We have to book hotels and flights. And with President Trump booking 4 and 5 rallies per day, we actually have a shorter turnaround time, which means flight prices are more expensive. We have less preparation and planning. So your donations really, really help us. We appreciate everyone that has donated so far. I will be at some point on this stream reading out our website donations. But for those of you that would like to support this independent patriot media movement, please go to rsbnetwork.com/donate. Again, rsbnetwork.com/donate. You can also give us a super chat. In the bottom right-hand corner, if you're watching this on YouTube, is a little $sign. You can give us a super chat donation. We will read it out on air. The third way, if you don't want to send your hard-earned money over the interwebs, I get it. You can mail a check. Oh my gosh, that's so loud. You can mail a check to our physical address at 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344, Auburn, Alabama 36830. So, Zoe, we were in Nebraska a couple days ago, and obviously it was freezing cold. We're blessed to be here in this Florida heat. But did you know that the media picked up a bogus story that President Trump wanted his supporters to freeze to death in Nebraska, and he flew off in Air Force One knowing that they would be stranded on the ground? Did you know that President Trump did that on purpose, that he wanted his Nebraska supporters to freeze to death? According to Mika Brzezinski and Joe Scarborough on the unhinged MSDNC network. Did you know about that, Zoe?
Mike, of course, with us being there, I had no idea that, President Trump was so inconsiderate of his support and cruel and just you left it. Yeah, exactly. And it's kind of funny that that you said that going to the airport, I just overheard a conversation from someone, and someone mentioned to a rally goer, she was like, "Oh, I heard that you guys were left out in the cold, and that some people had to go to the hospital, and that there wasn't any transportation for all these supporters." And the lady checked her. She said, "No, ma'am, don't watch. You're watching the media. You're listening to all these lies." There were over 40 charter buses out there, and about over 20-something thousand people out there. And she said, of course, these things are going to take time, but it shows. I was just surprised because it shows you how easily lies are spread, and people who are they may not have access to certain broadcast networks like us, or and be able to find out the truth for themselves. But you have to do that research, and you can't just take the mainstream media for what they say, because of course they are all about their agenda. Ever since President Trump was elected, they've been trying to make him out to be a bad person. It was a great experience. They had heaters, they had hot chocolate, they had coffee. Everyone was supportive, even in the cold. Everyone was supportive of each other, keeping each other comfort and looking out for each other. But of course, we're seeing the enthusiasm, we're seeing the support, we're seeing all of this taking place with the supporters, and it's not what you think it is. You just have to do your research for sure. Philip, did you?
I was going to say something really quick just to piggyback on that. President Trump, the Trump campaign takes all of the necessary precautions to keep his supporters safe. As it relates to COVID-19, they have you agree to attend the event knowing that there could be COVID at the event. They pass out hand sanitizers, face masks, and all of that. They do temperature checks. And then with the elements, right, at Nebraska specifically, they were handing out hand warmers, and they had a heated tent with an air blower blowing hot air. They had hot chocolate for everybody else. In the heat here down in Florida, they've got water, they've got umbrellas, they take all of the necessary steps. And I find it funny that on one hand, the media is like, oh, it's a bunch of white supremacists, COVID super spreaders, they're deplorables, they're smelly Walmart people. But then as soon as something works in their favor, they're like, President Trump let those poor innocent people out in the cold. It's like, which one is it? You know for a fact they do not care about you. These people in the media are absolute liars and deceivers and manipulators. And you saw it right there on MSNBC. They spread these lies about Trump supporters, saying all these horrible, disparaging things. But as soon as they can use them to drive a narrative and bludgeon the president, then they say, oh, he left his supporters out in the cold. And it's such a lie, too. It's like, that is not what happened. We witnessed it firsthand. That is not what happened. and the media insults everyone's intelligence every single time that they push one of these narratives. The only people at this point that I think actually agree with them, they're already brainwashed. They already are in lockstep alignment with that agenda. But I don't think a single person watches that and says, I think I'm going to flip my vote to Joe Biden now. It's just not possible. What are your thoughts, Philip?
Well, even in regards to the Wisconsin rally that he had in La Crosse, there were many people there. The Trump campaign taking all the proper precautions, like you said. But as soon as the time came to leave, the crowd dispersed quickly. People got on buses. They were going in warm buses to their cars. Everybody was getting to the proper place. The Trump campaign wasn't just leaving people out there saying, you need to figure it out on your own. And on top of that, they were also, people come bearing the elements. They are aware of the risks of going to the events. People are prepared. Nobody is forcing them, like you said, to stay there and say, you have to stay here in the cold and see the president. Everybody there is willingly there, no matter who they are, young, old, Hispanic, white, black, they are there to see the president. Reminds me of a story when I was in Pensacola the other day. I saw an older man walking down the road to go to his car. It was late at night and he had his cane with him. And I said, can I help you or anything, sir? He said, no, I'm good. I'm here to see the president. I know what I have to do. I have to get to my car, but I'm here to see the president. And people are willing to put aside the elements and the things that are restricting them and just going for it because they know that this president is the last shot of hope for our country. And if Joe Biden gets elected, all the American values that we believe in won't be here. And that's why people are turning out hot, cold. It doesn't matter. The people are coming to see President Trump because they know what he stands for.
Exactly. You're exactly right, Philip. And really what I want to do right now is just take the time to thank our supporters here at Right Side Broadcasting. We just coming up here, we just waving to a lot of them. And just the amount of every single one of these rallies I've been to, just the amount of support that you guys have shown to us and the love. We really appreciate that. And of course, I would like to ask for you all to keep Joe and the team in your prayers with everything going on. That we need that more than anything right now, and just pray that God keeps his hand and protection on us. And really, again, President Donald Trump and his team, because of course, 5 more days to go. We already know with everything going on with Joe Biden and Hunter Biden, Satan and the enemy, they do not want to be exposed. They don't want the truth to be brought to you. Why? Because once you're aware of that, then you will start to act and you'll start to notice these changes and you will start to speak out yourself and call them out on what they've been doing, these criminal activities that you're seeing. Absolutely. These politicians involved in. But again, thank you all so much. It's been encouraging for me. Mike, Philip, this is all coming to a head. I say coming to a head. 5 more days. I just cannot believe. Ever since 2016, this is insane. It's been crazy, but it's been a real challenge for sure. But I'm really proud and happy to be here.
Yes, and thanks to everyone that supports us here at Right Side Broadcasting. I want to read some of the super chats as I see that they're coming in right now. We got Faith Jones. Faith says, Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina returns will come in fast. That will show you how the rest of the night will go on November 3rd. That's so true. Help Tips and How To says YMCA. I think you'll hear that song today. I just have a feeling you're going to hear it. I got another super chat from someone. I think it's in Mandarin, so I can't read that out, but I do want to thank you for your super chat. You are appreciated. Tim says, Trump will win Florida. God bless RSB Network for your honest news. That's right, guys. We are going to give you the honest news. We are the only news network that's going to show you the crowd, show you the line, show you the Pledge of Allegiance, the national anthem, all the guest speakers, President Trump's speech start to finish with no interruptions, no partisan spin, just the facts, just everything President Trump has to say. That's what we are committed to doing here at Right Side Broadcasting. I want to thank every last one of you that comes up to me at the rallies. I've taken probably 15 pictures already today. People are recognizing us, which means we are making the difference. We are blessed to be in this position we're in, not just this global position being the United States of America. If you live here, this is the best global position you can be in on the entire planet. The United States of America, the most free and prosperous nation to ever exist. But us specifically at Right Side Broadcasting, we are so blessed to be alive for times such as these. Me specifically, I feel like, man, God has just really looked out for me. God is always on my side. He has never led me astray. I am at the confluence of doing what I love, what I'm naturally gifted at, what actually is making a difference, meaning it's something better than myself, something greater than myself, and I'm able to make a little money doing it. So I could not be more blessed to be exactly where I am right now. It's been a long time coming. I thought I was going to climb the corporate retail ladder and have a house with a white picket fence and all that, and I thought I was going to be living in the Twin Cities, and here I am. I found myself in the state of Florida in the thick of things. Like, the election will probably be decided along the I-4 corridor, between the I-4 corridor of Florida and the state of Pennsylvania. I think those are the two big determining factors. Do we have? Okay, I thought we had a speaker coming on. But I just think that between Florida and the state of Pennsylvania, specifically this stretch of Florida, because if you guys didn't know how Florida is divided out, the I-4 corridor is Interstate 4. It stretches from Tampa, St. Pete, all the way up to Daytona Beach, and it goes through Orlando. This is the dividing line in the state. So south of here is seen as more blue, and north of here, like up in the Panhandle, Zoe, you know about this, up in that area, it's deeply red. So this is like the dividing line. This is considered purple, technically. So wherever the voters turn out in this area will determine the state, and the state will determine the country, because nobody has won the White House without winning Florida. So President Trump did win Florida in 2016, not by much, but he did win Florida, and since then he's had tons and tons and tons of support. Philip?
I myself am also a resident of the state of Florida, and I live in South Florida, which is the primarily Democratic part of the state, which really guarantees the Democrats any sort of win every time. But I would say since 2016, the enthusiasm we have seen in South Florida has grown tremendously, from car parades for Latinos for Trump in Miami, or boat parades in Jupiter, which go from Jupiter to Mar-a-Lago. Just absolutely tremendous, with thousands of boats and thousands of cars. People standing on the corner every Friday night, every night, waving Trump signs, waving Trump flags. People honking galore. Honks for, they say honk for Trump, and there is honks everywhere. Like, it's almost distracting when you're driving. But I would say even in the southern part of the state, we have seen enthusiasm grow tremendously since 2016. So the more popular vote we get in the state, the better it will be to help the president win.
Yes, indeed. And I'm going to go a step further. I'm going to say this boldly. I bet there's nowhere you can go in the United States of America. You could go in Times Square and hold up a Trump flag and get people honking. I guarantee you could go anywhere, any corner of this country right now, today, with a Make America Great Again flag, and people will honk at you. You will find support wherever you are. That's how deep this support is. And that's why I encourage people, even in liberal areas, even in the deep blue areas, even in New York City, Los Angeles, San Francisco, Philadelphia, get out and be proud. Like, flood the streets as Trump supporters. Do not back down from the bullies. They want to bully you. They want to intimidate you. They want you to be afraid to go outside. But we need to flood this country with a sea of red to show them that we stand behind this president, and we're not going to let them stage this coup d'etat to get him out of office. It's very obvious right now what's happening. The media and big tech, they have crushed the free press. The New York Post still can't get back into their Twitter account after that big Hunter Biden bombshell. They're crushing every single news story about Hunter Biden. They're trying to protect Joe Biden. This is so distracting. The hairy legs. Oh my God, the hairy legs. And I learned about roaches. It's just, I love how Joe Biden's voters just pretend this doesn't exist. If you show this to a Joe Biden voter, they will plug their ears. They're like, that's not real, Mike. That didn't happen. That's Russian disinformation. I'm like, listen to this crap, man. Like, who supports this? Who buys into this anymore? And during our last stream, I talked about 50 Cent and these rappers that are disrupting the liberal programming, and some people were pushing back like, we don't want to hear about 50 Cent. We don't want to hear about it. So I'm like, but do you know how much cultural influence they have? It is great to have people in the celebrity realm that are pushing back against the narrative. They're shattering the matrix of this mind control. So many people are just pushing out the same old propaganda about, I'm going to vote this way because of this. Everything's at stake. You had Jennifer Aniston, like, it's a mistake to vote for Kanye West. It's a joke. I mean, you shouldn't vote. You should vote for President Trump. But for her to take shots at Kanye West I felt was pretty low. And so many of these celebrities are pushing the same leftist dogma. So I give props to 50 Cent. I give props to, what's the dude's name? Lil Pump or whatever. all of these rappers that are brave, it takes a lot of bravery to stand up for what you believe, and that's what they're doing. And because they have millions of followers, they're encouraging people to do the research, think for themselves. Like, I don't care how rich or poor you are, you shouldn't want anybody to be taxed. I hear a lot of liberals talk about, well, of course 50 Cent doesn't want to be taxed. He's a millionaire. I'm like, did he not earn his money? Does he not deserve his millions of dollars? Why do you want to take it from him? They say capitalism is all about greed, but socialism is greed. Socialism means you work, I eat. I want your money. Zoe, what do you think?
No, you're exactly right, Mike. And another thing I'm noticing, a trend on the left, is the lack of personal responsibility that is taken. They want to point to, just the other day, the guy just charged at an officer with a knife, and then the consequences to his actions was the officers doing exactly what they were supposed to do, their job, protect the citizens and protect the streets and the people from criminals and their behavior. So you're looking at this, and I'm hearing people saying, oh, no, they need to be retrained, they need to be this, they need to be that. No, what we need to start doing is taking personal responsibility for our actions. And you cannot look at, of course, these things. I know people are saying that they want justice, they want this, they want that, but you cannot have justice if you're going to participate in being a criminal. That's not it. These people are technically opportunists. They're looking for an opportunity to loot, to steal, to go and cause mayhem in the streets of your communities, of our towns, and this cannot continue. It cannot continue. It must stop. And the only way is not promised to stop with the left. If you vote left, it's not going to stop. It's going to continue, because you see that these politicians are not, they don't care. They don't care. They care about themselves. So what we need to do, again, is vote. We need to vote. We need to vote for our conservative politicians. We need to make sure that they are in office and that our streets are cleaned up from these criminals from overtaking. And I think it's kind of sad too that the police officers, I heard that they had to stand down. They didn't have enough staff. They didn't have enough on to control the crowds from rioting, stealing, and causing all these issues in the streets. And it's just sad to me to see that. No, we need to take back. We need to take charge, and we need to take back our communities. That's for sure.
Absolutely. Zoe, you and I are headed to Philadelphia tomorrow, actually. So if you all could pray for our safety, we would appreciate it. We don't know actually what it's like there right now. Obviously, we're not up to date on it at this moment because we're here with you. But we're headed there tomorrow. Actually, maybe if we could get some shots, we'll be able to try to bring them to you. Speaking of holding criminals accountable, there has been a recent breaking development with the whole Biden scandal in regards to Ukraine and Russia. And really what I find interesting, kind of as a campaign, I guess, nerd myself, is we haven't seen anything from the Biden campaign. We haven't heard a word. They've been putting a lid on the campaign every single day, and Joe hasn't come out of the basement. So the question used to be, where's Hunter? But I think the question is now is, where's Joe? We haven't seen Joe. Joe's not out anywhere. I heard Joe maybe in Florida today, but there's no shot that Joe's going to get a crowd like President Trump brought here. And as far as I'm concerned, trying to piggyback off of President Trump and where he goes and being a copycat, that's not going to work for you, Joe. It's going to make you look really bad, because when President Trump fills up this entire field and he gets crowds that go from left to right and back to front, it's going to make you look really bad. I would suggest one thing to the Biden campaign: stay out of where the president is going, because you are going to be in a kayak in the water with a cruise ship, and it is going to sink you.
Exactly.
No, Joe Biden actually can draw crowds of Trump supporters. That's what's going to happen. Anywhere that he or Kamala, whatever you're calling her, anytime either one of them hold an event, they're going to be guaranteed to be surrounded by Trump supporters. I'm friends with a lot of these patriots over here in Central Florida. I know a ton of them. And when President or Obama was at where was he at? Camping World Stadium in Orlando, there were hundreds of Trump supporters outside greeting him. Kamala Harris was here a couple days ago. She was greeted by a bunch of Trump supporters. It's just, you can't make this stuff up. These people have absolutely no support, and they can't blame the virus for it either. Now, for those of you tuned in, I want to tell you about our partner for the day. If we could roll the graphic here, I'm going to tell you about our partner for the day, My Patriot Supply. With only days until the election, now's the time to prepare, and My Patriot Supply is back with a great offer for today only. Save $30 on their most popular one-week food kit. It comes in this super cool ammo can and contains breakfast, lunch, and dinners that last up to 25 years. But you can only get it when you go to this special site, prepare2020.com. Think about it. When an emergency strikes, like what's happening in Philadelphia, what's happening around the country, even down in Louisiana, down in the Gulf Coast with the hurricanes, what is your first impulse? Run to the grocery store. But in today's volatile world, you'll likely find chaos and empty shelves. Storing food in your home is a great way to protect your family in case of natural disasters or civil unrest, which we have seen too much of lately. If 2020 has taught us anything, it's this. Don't get caught unprepared. Make a plan today. Go to prepare2020.com and support this great sponsor who is bringing you today's rally. They're our partner, actually. They're bringing you today's rally. Prepare2020.com. Prepare2020.com. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have a nice crowd out here. It is a balmy 84 degrees with the humidity, and we got Trump supporters out here giving us thumbs up. They love us. They're waving. Look at all these patriots out here in the crowd. Let's zoom in on them here. Yeah. Let's get this crowd going. Let's get this crowd going. They love to see it. They love seeing that they have an ally up here in the media. President Trump loves to see that he has an ally in the media. The majority of the people up here are looking to spin some kind of narrative or just cover the rally, and that's it. They don't want to show the crowd. They just want to get the speech. But it's so great that President Trump knows, and his supporters. Look at the patriots out here. They love us at Right Side Broadcasting, and we're the only ones that are going to show you the crowd. Philip?
Absolutely, Mike. I mean, there are tons of other crowds out. There are tons of other media outlets out here, but everyone is bringing interrupted coverage, and that is the wonderful thing about Right Side Broadcast Network. We're bringing it to you live. I mean, you name it, there's multiple outlets out here. We're the only ones who are bringing it to them live, and the people love it. And I would say out of all the outlets that are here, the people at the rally today have come up to us the most out of anyone, because they know that we bring it to them directly. And that's why it's so important that we get to all the places that we have to go to. Like Mike was saying earlier, we are almost fully viewer funded, and it's through your support that we get to go to these events. We get to bring uninterrupted coverage. So you could donate in the super chat, or Mike could go ahead and give you the address, and you could send us a check or cash, and we will be able to continue to go to these events. The people will be able to see us, and we will keep bringing you live, uninterrupted coverage of every single President Trump event that we can make it to. I'm going to go ahead and pass the mic off to Zoe right now, and she has some things to talk to us about.
Thank you, Philip. But yes, again, just being here and being surrounded by all the supporters and seeing firsthand exactly what the mainstream media refuses to show us, the lies that they are continuously telling us, it's amazing. And it's amazing that this can happen here in America, but this fighting for our freedom is so important. I remember, again, I tell you guys, my father, being homeschooled, used to push for us to learn the Constitution and to know the laws. And I, as a young child at the time, didn't find that I didn't understand as to why these things were important or necessary. You have to be aware of your rights. You have to know these things, because if not, then someone will come in, the enemy will come in and try to take them away. We need our religious freedoms. We need the right to bear arms. We need all these things. We need to protect the unborn. That is something right now with Amy Coney Barrett being appointed. I know that, of course, the left was already hesitant on whenever hearing her name and knowing her background, her religious background, knowing that she is, of course, a strong conservative when it comes to being pro-life. So with that, yes, don't let them try to silence you and silence your vote because they want to control the narrative. We need to protect the unborn, that is for sure. Stand up for your rights and stand up for the rights of the unheard and the unborn. Again, guys, I can thank nothing but God. Thanking God for being here. Thanking God for bringing us all the way out here and protecting us on the road. Again, with everything going on and all the craziness that you're seeing, there's nothing to worry about, nothing to fear, but we need to just place our trust in God and know that He is carrying us all the way through it, just like He has carried us. Even though America being the great country that it is, we have had our downfalls, but we have been restored and we live victorious, and we will continue the fight. Just as President Donald Trump every day putting his best forward. Just you hear him say he could not. There's a nice basement that he can hide out in. There's plenty of nice rooms for him to hide out in, but he cannot do that. He cannot sit back and do nothing. He has to do his job, and you're seeing, of course, Joe Biden doing absolutely nothing.
Chairman of the Republican Party, Senator Joe Gruters.
God bless you all.
Leading today's invocation is the founder of Glory to Glory Ministries, Bishop Mabry Hwy.
I promise I will. Hey, Tampa, come on, talk back to me. That don't sound very well. Let me hear you just a little louder than that. Several years ago, I produced a videotape, and that tape chronicled the history of this nation. And I upset someone. Her name was Hillary Clinton. I upset her so much that she put me in her book by name as one of the reasons that she lost this campaign. Let's hope that we get Kamala and Joe Biden to be so upset that they write something again, because we are going to win this election. We have a president that is going to champion the cause. When I was with him in D.C., while he signed a great executive order stating to every leader everywhere not to be afraid to get in your pulpits and talk about the issues that matter in this nation, we begin to do it immediately. And Donald J. Trump is going to do it again, because we're going to get out and we are going to help push him over in the state of Florida. Why are we doing this as leaders? Because we're pushing back against the Democratic Party, the party that gave us slavery, Jim Crow laws, Margaret Sanger, Planned Parenthood. And now they're telling us we're not American unless we vote a certain way. Well, we got news for Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. We are going to vote for President Donald J. Trump all across this nation. So this is what I want you to do. I want you to do something that the founders of this nation did all the time. And that is, let us remember where we've come from. We are a Judeo-Christian nation. We are unashamed of our God, and we are going to give God glory. For giving us the United States of America. I'm going to challenge you. I want every one of you that are here, if you'll take a moment and let's do what they did in both Old and New Testaments. Let's just lift up our hand to a holy God. Let's make this declaration. This is a nation. Say it with me. This is a nation that belongs to God. He's chosen Donald J. Trump to make sure that we stay a nation that belongs to God. And we will come together, black and white. We are united, and we will win. If you believe it, put those hands together.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem and the Pledge of Allegiance as we welcome Republican National Committee Woman for Florida, Kathy King.
Hello, Tampa Bay! Are you ready to deliver Florida for President Trump in a big way? Let's do this thing. Please join me as we pledge allegiance to the symbol of the greatest country in the history of the world. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Enjoy the day. Go Trump!
Performing the national anthem this morning is local renowned singer Teresa Foss.
See by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Please welcome GOP Congressional candidate for District 15, Scott Franklin.
Good afternoon, Tampa Bay. What a beautiful day it is to make America great again. We are now 5 days away from, we've all heard it, but we know it, the most consequential election of our lifetimes. We know it's true, and we stand at a fork in the road now. Do we want to continue down the path where we all have the freedom to pursue the American dream? Or do we want to go down the road with Nancy Pelosi and AOC and Bernie Sanders towards socialism? No. No. I had the privilege to serve in the United States Navy for 26 years. And it was indeed a privilege. And I can guarantee you there was not going to be socialism on that watch. And I can tell you it's not going to happen again. I had the opportunity in all those years of active duty and reserve time to travel to over 60 countries. And it was great to visit other countries, but I'll tell you what, there is not a single place on this planet I would trade for the United States of America. I always call those my U.S. appreciation tours because it was always good to come home. So where we stand on the brink of a consequential election, we have that fork in the road, and that fork in the road starts right here in Tampa Bay. We all know it. The path to the White House starts right here in Tampa Bay, and our president is relying on us. He called me the night after the primary, said, Scott, that was a hell of a fight you had last night. He goes, I need you. We need fighters. I can't get 4 more years to complete the task that we've got ahead of us unless we can keep the White House. Our president needs you. He needs every vote we've got. As Vice President Pence told us in Lakeland Saturday, friends don't let friends vote alone. So if you have not voted yet, grab your friends and get them out there because every single vote counts. And it's not just at the top of the ticket, it's all the way down the line. Our governor, Governor Ron DeSantis, is the most amazing governor in the United States, right? Well, I'll tell you what, as great a governor as he is, that election a couple of years ago was far closer than it should have been. And it's because a lot of people who voted for President Trump in 2016 didn't show up in 18. We've got to have every one of them. And it's not just for the president. It's all the way down the ticket. It's even our state delegation in Florida. We need every one of those seats. We're about to go through the census, and the lines are going to be redrawn that'll determine where we vote for the next decade. Every single seat matters. Don't stop at the top. You got to go all the way down. But we're going to do everything we can to ensure that our president has 4 more years. God bless you. God bless the United States of America.
Please welcome congressional candidate from District 13, Anna Paulina Luna.
I love the color red, and I also love President Donald J. Trump. I just want to start out by saying people like myself with my story aren't supposed to exist. The media and big tech likes to suppress our voices because we are truly the threat of what stands between socialism and freedom. I will not be quiet. I will not stand by and say nothing as thousands of women and children are trafficked along the U.S.-Mexico border. I will tell you that if President Trump was not a threat to these people, to these corrupt establishment, that they wouldn't have tried for the last 4 years to bury him, his family, and every single one of us that supported this man on social media, right? We all have a decision to make, and I think we've all made that decision to know that we are on the right side of history. That we have chosen to elect a man and let the history books show that we chose a man that stood in the face of opposition, that stood between those that would wish socialism and destruction of this nation, that stood to stand and fight against child trafficking, that chose to stand and fight for the American people, that chose to stand and fight to tell China, America is not for sale, and neither is he. And by the way, who built those cages, Joe? So I ask all of you, on November 3rd, bring out your friends. Let the world know, let the nations of this world know that it is okay to be pro-life, pro-God, pro-gun, and anti-socialist. God bless all of you, and God bless Donald Trump. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Attorney General of the great state of Florida, Ashley Moody.
What a great day! I am so proud to be with you as your Attorney General. It is such a graceful blessing that I wake up every day with the purpose of protecting Floridians, just like all our current and former men and women in uniform and the President of our United States. You know, it takes a really special person to take that oath to sign up to serve. And if you guys would give me a personal privilege, I'd like to introduce someone to you that's special to me, my husband. Stand up. We have a little one at home, so sometimes he's not able to join me, but I'm so proud he's here today. I know people have family in law enforcement, in the military. You know the sacrifices they make when they sign up to serve. And those family members know especially how dangerous it is. And you know who I know stands with them no matter what. President Donald J. Trump. The oldest boy in our family just 2 weeks ago returned from a deployment in Afghanistan. We're so blessed to have him home. We knew while he served that we had a president that would make the tough decisions to stand by him and all those that served at his side. We knew he would make the tough calls without hesitation, and we were blessed that he was the president when our son was deployed overseas. You know, as a former prosecutor, a judge, as your Attorney General, I think our new justice has an amazing legal acumen, an impressive career, but the fact that she accomplished all of that while raising 7 children as a mother of an elementary school student, that's impressive. Did you see her hold up no notes when she was reciting cases in President? I said, that's a mom with a million lists, schedules, baseball practices, grocery lists, and oh yeah, who's gonna replace the toilet paper? That's a mom. But I was personally moved that we had a president that recognized her capability, her character, and nominated her to the Supreme Court. And by the way, that's the same court that the Democrats now talk about packing. Packing to advance a political agenda. It's dangerous and it's a warning sign. Changing our government structures to advance policies and political agendas is what happens in countries like Venezuela that spiral into socialism. And socialism always goes like this. We take a little bit of freedom and a little bit of money for what seems like a good reason. Then we take a lot more freedom and a lot more money for maybe not so good reasons. And then we take it all for no reason at all. That's socialism. And that's where the Democrats are taking us. We need a president that will make the tough calls, that will stand strong, that will say what needs to be said, despite personal attacks, character assassinations, will say we must defend the rule of law and the men and women in uniform. We must defend our Constitution because that's what this country is built on. Before this election comes around, we must ask ourselves and ask our neighbors and our friends and our family members and children, is this a time in our country for typical mealy-mouthed politicians? Joe Biden sat for almost 100 days before he spoke up as our cities burned, our businesses were torched. The media had to beg him to speak up. He hesitated. He didn't want to go in and take a chance and go after Osama bin Laden. He didn't want to block the borders from China. He didn't want to go against international trade agreements or agreements that disadvantage our country. The only thing that Joe Biden has done has questioned the decision of other leaders. That is not what we need at this point in our history. We don't need someone who changes what they stand for from day to day or forgets what they stand for from day to day. We must have a president like Donald J. Trump who will do what needs to be done to safeguard our freedoms, defend our Constitution, preserve our values and ideals, who will stand up for the rule of law, who will go against our foreign adversaries and tell our friends they need to do more? Donald J. Trump, you know the answer, I know the answer, let's convince Florida of that answer. Thanks for supporting our president. My family thanks you. Keep America great.
Please welcome Congressman Gus Bilirakis.
Can you hear me? All right. Well, you might not be able to see me, but as long as you can hear me, because I've got some great things to say. Good afternoon and welcome. What a great crowd. What a great country we live in. It's true. It's pretty amazing. It's an amazing day when you get to spend it with the President of the United States. What do you think? My name is Gus Bilirakis, and I support Donald J. Trump for 4 more years. I represent you in the United States Congress. Where is Pinellas? Can I hear you, Pinellas? How about Pasco County? Hillsborough County? And you have great speakers here that represent you, but again, we share the same values. So again, you know the values that I'm talking about. We believe in American exceptionalism. We are the best country in the history of the world, aren't we? We must keep it that way. We believe that we are a nation founded under God and that we should bring God back into our schools again, into our courthouses, and into the public arena, don't we? And isn't it true that you and I, that our founders, we believe, you and I, that our founders crafted this republic so that the government feared the people and not the other way around? I learned that from President Reagan. We believe that the engine of prosperity for our country are the entrepreneurs and business owners who create jobs and not the government bureaucrats. By the way, we have some great numbers here today. Our GDP for the quarter, amazing 33.1% under our great president, Donald J. Trump. And don't we believe also that we must honor, cherish, and take care of our brave soldiers and veterans who have given us our freedom? Please raise your hand if you're a veteran or active duty personnel. Thank you for your service. You are my top priority, and I know the president's top priority. That's why we need 4 more years to take care of you, because you've earned it. Folks, you have earned it, and we love you. And above all, isn't it the absolute truth that we believe in the sanctity of life and protection of the weakest among us, our unborn children? And ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to tell you that there is no greater administration in modern times that has done more for the American people than Donald J. Trump and Vice President Mike Pence. This administration has worked fiercely to grow the best economy in the world and create more jobs in the history for Black Americans. Welcome home, Black Americans, to the party of Lincoln. And welcome home, Hispanic Americans, who know what it's like on the other side and do not want to go back. They were in great countries, but their economies, like Venezuela, folks, in 20 years. You see what happened to Venezuela with socialist policies? That will never happen in the United States of America as far as we're concerned. Donald J. Trump has done more for Asian Americans and women and all of us, and we will do it again. The best is yet to come. This administration made it a priority, as I said before, to give our veterans the honor and dignity they deserve. And as a former chairman, vice chairman of the Veterans Affairs Committee in the House, I could not be more proud to work with the White House to bring relief to our heroes, our great American heroes. My fellow Americans and Floridians, that's why they call it the Sunshine State. Please drink plenty of water, but now we have a nice breeze. We thank God for that. This administration has made it a priority to celebrate and honor our law enforcement officers and first responders who willingly and literally, they're putting their lives on the line for each and every one of us every single day. Let's hear it for our law enforcement officers. We have your back. We love you and respect you. Back the blue. Back the blue. Back the blue. We love you. And ladies and gentlemen, thank God for this administration. It's made its priority, one of its top priorities, to appoint conservative constitutionalists on the United States Supreme Court, like Justice Amy Coney Barrett. As our AG said, as our AG put it, she is the greatest. She is amazing. We are so proud of her, and we are so proud of our president for nominating Amy. Can you imagine, ladies and gentlemen, can you imagine Joe Biden appointing leftist judges who will destroy the rule of law? We cannot let that happen. We cannot let that happen. And can you imagine a Biden-Harris administration that will try to keep our churches and our schools closed? We will not let this happen. We will not let this happen. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to tell you that if we don't fight like our lives depend upon it, we could be in a position where socialism becomes our new reality. Is that what we want? Hell no, we don't. Well then, can we no longer be the silent majority? We must not be the silent majority. We must become the loud and proud majority. Shout it to the rooftops. So that your like-minded friends will get out and vote for Donald J. Trump. Let's be bold in taking on the nefarious forces that are trying to bring us down. The media, the news media, the fake news media, the entrenched bureaucrats in government, the socialists in Congress on the other side of the aisle, the outside agitators who are all working their hardest to sow racial division and disunity in this country. Is America worth fighting for? Damn right it is. Well, then let's stand up and proclaim to our families, our friends, our neighbors, our co-workers, and social media friends that we love God. We love our Constitution. And we love our flag. And the values this country was founded upon. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Nothing is guaranteed in this country. You have to work hard to get it. We truly are one nation under God, and it's through His protection and the people of faith in this administration that the United States of America will continue to prosper. May God bless you, and may God bless Donald J. Trump and the United States of America, the greatest country on the face of the earth. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Please welcome Congressman Mike Waltz.
Give me this thing. Hello, Tampa. I'm Congressman Colonel Mike Waltz. I stand before you proudly as the first Green Beret ever elected to Congress. And I know Tampa loves their Green Berets. I know you love your special operators. Airborne. I love MacDill Air Force Base. I've deployed out there more times than I count. And I know you love your Tampa Bay Bucks. And most of all, I know you love your Commander-in-Chief, Donald J. Trump. Listen, folks, I've lived the American dream. I shouldn't be here. I should have been killed a couple of times overseas, but I made it back. I made it back to keep fighting for this great nation. My mother, single mom, started in a clerk, climbed her way forward, fought her way forward, took her 15 years to get through night school and weekends so that she could pave the way for me to get my butt kicked in military school, but only for 4. We graduated the same year. And so that she could set the stage so that I could be the only member of Congress still jumping out of perfectly good airplanes. But here's the thing, that American dream is under threat. Everybody that you heard from today, Congressman Bill Arakis, Scott Franklin, who's fighting to get in that seat, Anna Paulina Luna, sorry, Anna. Look, they are going to see front and center up close where Pelosi wants to take this country. Can you do me a favor? Can we send her back to California? Please. Please. They don't just believe that America is a nation that needs to be improved or needs to be reformed. They believe it needs to be torn down to its studs and rebuilt in their image, right? We can't let that happen. We're going to let them go. Get on out. All right, I can't hear you. It's all good. Anna Bennett. Oh, medic. Call in the medevac. We need a medic back there, please. We had somebody go down. Please, we could get some medical attention in the back. Yeah, no worries. No worries. So listen. Here's what we get with 4 more years of President Trump. And what we got in the last 4 years. You know what we got? We got results that affect your everyday lives. I'm just going to do a quick quiz with you. You give me a Biden or a Trump. It's going to be easy. Who got us tax reform for the first time in 40 years? Who got us justice reform even the Democrats were asking for? Who kept his promise and moved our embassy to the capital of Jerusalem? Who's bringing Middle East peace? Who got us not 1, not 2, but 3 Supreme Court justices? Who unleashed our military to kick the snot out of ISIS and kill Baghdadi? Donald J. Trump. And let's add Soleimani to it. And who, above all else, supports our United States military? Donald J. Trump as Commander-in-Chief, right? I can tell you, let me just tell you something. I served and was deployed under Obama and Biden. Unfortunately, I had to lead the search for Bo Bergdahl. Do you remember that traitor? Listen, he stacked up his gear. He left his weapon behind. He denounced America, and he defected to the enemy. Never in a million years, and we lost good men looking for him. Never in a million years did I think I would wake up, exactly, sir, and see President Obama with Biden standing right next to him celebrating Bergdahl as a hero in the Rose Garden. Let me tell you something. Those are not my heroes. Those are not our heroes. Those 100-year-old World War II veterans that are coming to rallies, those are my heroes. Our veterans that are still fighting in Congress, those are my heroes. Not Hollywood, not athletes. Yesterday, the day before yesterday, I attended the funeral of a Medal of Honor winner, Green Beret, Ron Schurer, who after he was done getting shot at all over the world, signed up for the Secret Service to defend our president. Cancer finally got him. That's my hero. But that's the difference. So this stuff that
that Donald J. Trump doesn't support our military is a bunch of crap. It's just a bunch of garbage. But let me say one other thing, because you don't have to wear a military uniform to serve. And Congressman Belarakis got at this. To our Secret Service that are out there right now, to our law enforcement in blue that I see you protecting us, thank you, thank you. Every day that you strap on that belt, you strap on that badge to get between me and my family and the bad guys, thank you. Hear this from all of us, and I know I speak for the president saying this. We have your back. Back our blue. We will always, always stand with you. I'll leave you with this. I wasn't able to bring all of my Green Berets home, sadly. I wear a bracelet for one of them. Staff Sergeant Matt Pacino. We called him Blackbeard. Every day that I look in the mirror before I go into the Capitol, I look in the mirror and I tell myself, be worthy. Be worthy and never forget. That's my challenge to all of you. It's my challenge to every American. Be worthy, because Washington is not worthy of their sacrifice, not just them, the Gold Star families, and the ones that are still out there right now as we speak, standing on that wall, keeping us safe. So listen, stand up, be heard, get out and vote. Yelling at the TV isn't good enough. Posting on social media ain't good enough. Arguing with your liberal relatives at Thanksgiving, not good enough. We have to stand and fight with this president, fight with our governor, fight with every veteran and every member of Congress to keep this state red, to keep America great, and to get Donald J. Trump 4 more years. God bless you. I salute you. I salute you.
Please welcome Congressman Greg Steube.
Good afternoon, Tampa. I don't know if I can be able to adjust it. Yeah, I'm a little taller, so. What an honor it is to be with you today, and thank you for coming out here in the heat to support our great president. The stakes for this election have never been higher, and the differences between the two candidates never greater. Let's just talk about the economy quickly. President Trump passed the largest tax cut and the only tax cut in the last 30 years. He gave tax relief to 82% of middle-class family. Historical unemployment numbers. He had the highest unemployment numbers with Hispanics and African Americans in the history of our country. He repealed the Obamacare individual mandate. And Biden would do the complete opposite. He's already said that he's going to raise your taxes by $4 trillion. We only take in $3.5 trillion a year, America, so he's going to double your taxes. That's not even including the Green New Deal, Medicare for All, and all of the other programs that they want to bring in. And that is not the direction that this country should go. Now let's talk about immigration. I had the privilege to be with the president down in Fort Myers 2 weeks ago, and he said that we have built, and he has built, more than 400 miles of wall on the border. He's cracked down on gangs, he's cracked down on illegal immigration, and he supports the rule of law. Biden said he would take the wall down. He supports open borders. He's openly supported amnesty in the last debate. And he would give free lawyers and free health care to illegal immigrants. I sat on the Judiciary Committee, and I voted against a bill. This bill already passed that would give illegal immigrants who illegally crossed the border free health care within 7 hours of coming across the border, while our veterans have to wait 30 to 60 days to get an appointment. That's not the direction that Donald Trump will take this country. And Biden would do all of this while defunding the police department. Harris alone has said and likened the ICE to the KKK. They would defund the police departments, and look what's happening in New York City and Philadelphia and these other cities. What did they think was going to happen? Well, we support our law enforcement, and we back the blue. Just New York City alone has seen a 160% increase in crime since they've defunded their police department. And that's not the direction that the president wants to go. And ladies and gentlemen, this threat is real. The last bill that we voted on, the COVID relief bill that Speaker Pelosi made us vote on, defunded our law enforcement by $600 million. We cannot let this happen. We have to stand with our president. We have to stand with law enforcement. I need each and every one of you to support us, to support the team you've heard up here today, and give Speaker Pelosi her walking papers. God bless you. God bless what you do for our country. Thank you for what you do to make America great. God bless.
Please welcome your Lieutenant Governor, Jeanette Nunez.
Hello, Tampa Bay. How are y'all doing? I am honored and privileged to be your Lieutenant Governor and the National Co-Chair of Latinos for Trump. And it's great to be here at Raymond James Stadium, and I'm going to let you in on a little secret. I was born and raised in Miami, a long-suffering Dolphins fan, but I am now a Bucs fan. I think you all got a new quarterback, Tom something or other, is that right? Well, it's great to have the GOAT living here in Florida, but let's talk about another GOAT, President Donald J. Trump. This is the most important election of our lifetime, and I say that not as the daughter of immigrants who knows firsthand the ills of socialism and communism, but as the proud mother of 3 amazing children, 2 of which are voting for the first time in this presidential election. And you don't have to ask me who they're voting for because I raised them right, and they are supporting our President Donald Trump. And they support President Trump because they know President Trump supports them. And President Trump supports Florida. He has brought billions of relief for Florida's families, for Florida's workers, for Florida's businesses. And we need to reward President Trump and support him. The choice could not be more clear. Do we want to elect the most radical ticket in the history of America? Do we want to elect people that are going to defund the police? Do we want our nation to crumble under higher taxes, less freedom, more regulation? That's right, we sure don't. We want a president that supports democracy and freedom and American prosperity. We want a president that supports our men and women in law enforcement and our first responders and our military. We want a president that's going to keep America great. This president is a winner. He is winning on jobs, on the economy, on trade, for our military. He is winning for the American people. Who's tired of winning? I don't know about you, but I'm not tired of winning. And we're going to make sure that we continue to press on 5 more days for 4 more years. And just down the way is an early voting site. And we need you to take 4 voters with you to vote early. Make sure we deliver Florida for President Trump. Governor DeSantis is working hard. I'm working hard. And we're not going to stop till November 3rd. So who's with me? Who's with me for 4 more years? 4 more years. So we can't let up because we know that we got to keep pushing, keep fighting. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America.
Ladies and gentlemen, the governor of the great state of Florida, Ron DeSantis.
Hello, Tampa Bay. We gonna deliver a red wave on Tuesday or what? I didn't quite hear that. Well, I look forward to it, and also look forward to being back here in February when we see a pewter wave win the Super Bowl. But first things first. Well, thank you all for coming out. We got a lot of work to do. I think things are going very well. Although I will tell you, I was just given a CNN poll that has Biden 98 and Trump 2. CNN poll, CNN poll. You know, we're able to speak with our votes. And if we go out and do what we need to do and deliver a big victory, you will be sending a message to the media about their fake news and everything they've done over the last 4 years. Do you want to send the media a message on Tuesday? You know, I think these last few weeks have been very instructive. We see a president who is vigorous. He is running around this country. I am half his age. I can't keep up with the guy. He beat COVID. He's signing, getting more Middle East peace, put Supreme Court justice, all these other things. And then you have Joe Biden that's been in the basement most of the time. Doesn't come out, doesn't really have a good sense of what's going on. I honestly believe, if you've listened to some of the comments he's made lately, I think he thinks he's running for the U.S. Senate against George Bush. But I can tell you, as president, we need somebody who's going to be a man of action, somebody that's high energy, not low energy. Somebody that's going to be out in front getting things done for the American people, not somebody that's going to be hiding in the White House residence and letting Kamala Harris run the country. So it seems to me the choice is pretty clear on this one. So what do you think? Do you want Biden or Trump? I think we saw, and you talk about energy, on Monday, the president, I think, did 3 campaign stops. And I was tired just watching it on TV. And then I went back, and my wife and I are at home, and we put on the TV, and he's doing another event at the White House with our new Supreme Court Justice, Amy Coney Barrett. President made us a promise 4 years ago that he would appoint solid conservative justices, not just to the Supreme Court, but to all the courts. And he has delivered on his promise. Joe Biden has said, he won't say whether he's going to pack the Supreme Court by adding new justices and then filling those seats with liberal activists. We can't let Biden pack the Supreme Court. We need the president in there continuing to put solid justices on the courts all across the country. So when it comes to the courts, who do you trust, Biden or Trump? Well, there you go. And the rule of law is very important, not just with the courts, but what we're doing in terms of the executive branch. The president's committed to border security. He opposes amnesty. Joe Biden opposes border security, and he supports... Doctor, do we have a doctor in the house? Medical personnel right over there. I honestly thought it was a protester, so I apologize for that. Right over there. Can we get someone over there? Are we good? Okay. All right, we got some folks heading over there now. So everyone give the space. You know, it is a little hot. I mean, I'm a Florida native. I'd like it to be a little cooler by the time we get to the end of October, but it is what it is. So we have the potential to have our courts packed with Kamala Harris acolytes, and that's something that will not end well for this country. Another one, another medical. Okay, we got right back here. Can you guys see behind the stage? If you're facing the stage, it'll be to your left. If you're looking out to the crowd, it'll be on the right side of the stage. Okay. Anybody else? Are we good, or is there any? It's hot. Are we good? Okay. So here's the thing. Border security is on the ballot. Biden opposes the wall. He opposes border security. He basically just wants people to come in illegally, not going to stop them, and supports the biggest amnesty in American history. That is not going to end well for the country. So when it comes to the border and it comes to fighting illegal immigration, do you want Biden or do you want Trump? Thought so. Law and order also means we cannot have cities in this country falling to pieces because of looting and rioting. And when we had that in June, Joe Biden was silent as a lot of these cities were down in flames. Many of the people on his campaign were donating to bail the rioters out of prison after they had looted or after they had destroyed property. That's unacceptable. The president is supported by every law enforcement organization. Joe Biden's not supported by anybody in law enforcement because he hasn't stood by law enforcement when it counts. And you look in Florida, when we had this going on in June, I immediately called up the National Guard. I said, it's not going to happen here. And we know the problem's not going away, so I've introduced, and we're going to get the legislature chomping at this soon, the strongest anti-rioting, pro-law enforcement legislation in the country. Says a number of things. It says to all our local governments, if you defund law enforcement, the state of Florida is going to defund you. Says if you tell law enforcement to stand down and you let the disorder and the rioters hurt people or hurt businesses, then we're going to let them hold you accountable. We're going to let them sue you. I'm sorry. And then finally, we're going to actually have good, strong, mandatory penalties. If you look at places like Portland, they arrest these people. They take their mugshot, and they put them right back out in circulation, and they do it the same thing the next day. That's unacceptable. Here in Florida, if you loot, you're going to jail. If you riot, you're going to jail. And if you harm somebody in one of these protests or one of these riots, especially a law enforcement officer, you're going to jail. So I need a president, we need a president who's going to stand on that wall with us. And I think the choice in this is clear, but I don't know. What do you think? Who would be better for law enforcement, Biden or Trump? Okay. We also saw that last debate, a very sharp contrast about how we handle our economy going forward in light of COVID-19. And Joe Biden has been very clear. If some bureaucrat walks into the Oval Office and tells them to shut down the country, he would shut down and lock down our country. And that cannot happen. We cannot have the Biden vision, which is kids not being in school, businesses being shuttered, and people without opportunities. And if you look around the country, Florida, we have 5 of the 10 most populous school districts. All 5 have in-person schooling in the state of Florida. And in fact, all 67 of our counties have it, all our charter schools have it, and all our private schools have it. A lot of in-person schooling going on in New York City? Not much. How about Los Angeles, San Francisco, Chicago? No, they're not. They are flushing the futures of these kids down the drain because of politics and the pursuit of power. That is a disgrace, and we cannot let that happen across our country. Final thing I'll say is just this. You know, we talk about what we want for our country. I approach it obviously as a citizen like all of you do, but I also have to look at the election through the lens of being the governor. And I can tell you this, that since I became governor, every single time the state of Florida needed help from the federal government, without exception, the president was there. He had our back. Whether it's hurricanes, whether it's saving military bases, whether it's helping get cheaper prescription drugs, on and on down the line, you name it. Maybe we'll get an announcement of Space Force Command before the election's over, being in Florida. We'll see. But I can tell you, of all the presidents we've had in my lifetime as someone who grew up here, we've never had a president who's done more for the state of Florida than President Donald Trump. So my questions for you, are you going to do all you can to storm the polls between now and Tuesday to make your voice heard? Are you going to bring your friends, your family, and your neighbors and everyone you know to make sure they get out and vote? Are you going to make sure to support all of our Republican candidates up and down the ballot? Very important. And finally, are you going to do all that you can? Yes, vote, but also come to rallies, help other people, help candidates. Will you do everything you can do between now and Tuesday night to re-elect Donald Trump, the President of the United States? Because I can tell you this. If you look at the voters that are storming the polls now, we've never had Republicans vote early in person like we're seeing throughout the state right now. We've never been this close to Democrats with registered Republicans versus Democrats, much better than we were just 4 years ago. And I can tell you, if those trends continue, we're going to go into election night. You're going to have all the media waiting. They want to declare Biden the victory. They have all their polls showing them all these different things. And they're going to be chomping at the bit to do it, and then Florida's going to come in. And they're going to say, oh my gosh, this is close. We didn't think it was going to be this close. And the Panhandle won't have come in yet. And then the Panhandle will come in, and they'll say, oh my gosh, we have to call Florida for Donald Trump. And when that happens, the die will be cast, and you will be able to see a victory sweep the country. And he will be, much to the chagrin of all the elites in our country, he will be reelected the President of the United States. God bless you guys. Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I want to thank you for tuning in with us at Right Side Broadcasting. We just had the opportunity to hear from a number of guest speakers, including our great governor, Ron DeSantis, the best governor in the United States of America. I'm so proud to be a Floridian, knowing that my vote cast elected him governor. Now, guys, I do want to tell you about our partner for the day. Our partner for the day is My Patriot Supply. With only days until the election, now is the time to prepare, and My Patriot Supply is back with a great offer for today only. Save $30 on their most popular one-week food kit. It comes in this super cool ammo can and contains breakfast, lunch, and dinners that last up to 25 years, but you can only get it when you go to the special website, prepare2020.com. If you think about it, when an emergency strikes, the first impulse is to run to the grocery store. But in today's volatile world, you'll likely end up with chaos and empty shelves. Storing food in your home is a great way to protect your family in case of natural disasters or civil unrest. See Philadelphia and see the Gulf Coast right now, for examples. If 2020 has taught us anything, it's don't get caught unprepared. Make a plan today. Go to prepare2020.com and support this great sponsor who is bringing you today's rally. Go to prepare2020.com. Again, prepare2020.com. So we're just moments away from President Trump's arrival here in Tampa, Florida, and it is a hot one, folks. It is about 90 degrees. The humidity is high, and we've had a couple medical emergencies unexpectedly pop up in the crowd. And you know, Zoe, they're probably going to blame the president for it, just like they did in Nebraska. Oh, he dropped the temperature so he could freeze his supporters. Now they're going to say President Trump turned up the temperature of the sun to fry his supporters. Zoe, what do you think about this nonsense out here?
I think it's absolutely ridiculous. And of course, again, showing how ridiculous they are, trying to do as much as they can, say as much as they can against the president. You see the supporters are gladly out here, supporting the president. And of course, it's a beautiful day. It's a wonderful day. Water's provided. We have restaurants. We have all of these amenities provided. And don't believe the media when they say that these things are happening. It's not what you think it is. It's not what they think it is. But of course, they are. No matter what, they're going to try to have a negative perspective on the president and what he's doing. Again, compared to Joe Biden, I think our president's doing a great job. And his supporters, on top of that, you guys are the ones who are keeping him doing the good work that he's doing. But you guys have to stay strong. You have to stay strong. But again, I'm really proud of him. Philip, I see you here in the live chat. Anything that you want to shout out?
Well, first I want to thank all 69,000 people for joining Right Side Broadcasting Network. Your support means so much to us as we try to cover every single Trump rally and Trump event that we have here. I'm going to go ahead, take a moment, read through some of the chats that are here. It seems to be that there are people from other parts of the world joining us on Right Side Broadcast Network. So not only do we have domestic support, but we have global support, and we thank you very much from wherever you're joining from for being here with us on RSBN. Somebody said drink water, Tampa. There's a few people behind us while the governor was speaking who did need some assistance, so definitely if you're out in the heat, be sure to stay hydrated. They raise a good point. We love Zoe. They love you, Zoe. President Trump is the best president ever. I think we all agree with you on that one. How long until POTUS? We're not sure of that, but stay tuned, and we are going to bring you coverage as it all happens. Looks like they're adjusting the podium right now and the teleprompters, so it is only a matter of time before the president comes out. Florida is Trump country. We absolutely agree. Mike and myself are residents, and Zoe, living not too far away from the state, we believe that Florida is Trump country, and the president will win Florida in a landslide. I personally believe so. MAGA 2020, red wave, absolutely. You see that in these boat parades, car parades, you name it. People are organizing for the president, and there is going to be a red wave bigger than what we saw last time.
I just wanted to point out how, you have fans going to these football games, and brutal conditions all the time, because of course they're going to support something that they believe in, the supporting cause. Do you hear people having a negative perspective on this? No, they're enjoying their time. But right now, while we're actually looking behind the camera, the fire truck, they have a fire truck stationed right out here, and they're allowing it looks like a lot of the supporters to go under the water that they're shooting out here, but a fun way to stay cool. Okay, so it looks like, I mean, it's ended up being something to enjoy. Why not? I mean, everyone seems to be having fun already. But of course, again, you cannot deny that media, the mainstream media, and their bias against President Trump. Again, going back to Nebraska, hearing about how these people were suffering, these people were not looked out for, these people were stranded. No, that is not the case. It was not the case. We were there, and even we saw a few supporters pull over and pick up some of the people that were walking. You know, it was a little distance to parking and everything, but just showing that overall support. We were there, we saw it. Don't believe the lies.
Thank you so much, Zoe. I want to thank every last one of you that tune in and have supported Right Side Broadcasting. It's been an incredible journey covering President Trump since 2015 when he came down that escalator. And I got to tell you guys, this is the moment we've all been waiting for. We've got just 5 days to go until the election. And your donations have allowed us to not only grow and expand, but to follow this historic campaign as President Trump is doing 2 to 3 rallies per day. And by this weekend, we anticipate it to be 5 rallies per day. And we are committed to you, the viewer, to bringing you coverage of every single one of those events. I can tell you that just between Sunday and Thursday, our expenses have exceeded $30,000. That includes camera equipment, flights, hotels, rental cars, food, gas, all those things. It is very expensive right now, and your donations go a long way to helping us get to these events. I want to thank everyone that donates to us via Super Chat. If you want to support RSB Network, we're almost entirely viewer funded. In the bottom right corner of the chat is a little $sign. Please donate there. Please be advised, YouTube does take 30% of it, but we will read your Super Chat out on air. Also, if you go to rsbnetwork.com/donate, you can support us there. The third way is you can mail a check to our physical address, 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344, Auburn, Alabama, 36830. Now, I see we've got 70,000 people watching right now, which is an incredible number for the middle of the day. It's 1:21 Eastern. We've only got 18,000 thumbs up. Oh, I feel the mist. I feel the mist coming this way. Guys, please do us the biggest favor and give us a thumbs up. If you support independent media, if you want to see President Trump reelected, if you support the United States of America, support independent media. Give us a thumbs up so we can circumvent YouTube's algorithms and be promoted on the home screen. I guarantee you we will have more viewers than Fox News, ABC, NBC, all of the mainstream media establishment. We will have more viewers. And the best way for us to continue that growth is by you supporting us. Give us a thumbs up. Also, subscribe. I cannot stress that enough. If you're watching on YouTube, hit the subscribe button and click the bell notification so you will not miss any of President Trump's rallies. Later this afternoon, 6:30 p.m. Eastern, he will be in Fayetteville, North Carolina. And then tomorrow, President Trump has a triple header. He's going back to Michigan, then Wisconsin, and then Rochester, Minnesota. I will be hosting that event along with Bricksuit as my guest correspondent. We are so looking forward to it. The crowd is fired up back here. They see the fire truck. You guys can't see it because we may not be able to get the best shot of it, but maybe we can try and show you this fire hose that is spraying down in a positive way. I know it sounds kind of barbaric. They're being sprayed by fire hoses, but if you knew just how hot it was today in Tampa, you would understand what is going on out here. Look at that. They got the hose on people out there. People are standing under that fountain. Do you see what I mean? They take care of people here. The Trump campaign takes care of his supporters, whether that be providing them hand warmers and hot chocolate for free, by the way. They're doing that for free. That stuff isn't free. That stuff costs money, right? You're getting free hot chocolate, free heaters, or in Florida, you're getting the big water fountain just splashed on you. Like, we're getting a nice mist over here. You got the EMTs on standby. And so they take the proper precautions to protect everybody here. When we were standing outside of Walter Reed, they kept delivering pizza and hot wings and all kind of stuff to feed people. So it's just kind of funny that the media still tries to smear the president. It's just insane. But I want to thank everyone that is tuned in at Right Side Broadcasting. Let's jump right into the super chats here. Lefty Idiot said, vote. God bless you, Lefty Idiot. We got a new member. Thank you. I can't pronounce it, but thank you for becoming a new member. We got Coach something 417. Love RSB Network and love 45 MAGA. We've got Missy Cerrone. Thank you for your super chat. Renee Van Winkle says, we love our President Trump 2020. Stuck in Arizona. Thank you for your super chat. Lorena, thank you for your super chat. Brad says, RSBN rocks and supports the greatest president ever. Wookie KS says, love your coverage, love your teams, love President Trump. Michael Chin, thank you for your super chat. Dean Nestor says, thank you guys for helping Trump get his message out. And Anastasia says, rock on Tampa Bay, Trump 2020 landslide. And this name I can't pronounce, but thank you for your super chat. Patricia, thank you for your super chat. Chad, thank you. Evelyn, thank you so much. Jay Pierce Bay 1, thank you for your super chat. Sustainable Salt Mine says, MAGA from the Donald Dot win. Thank you, RSB in New Jersey for Trump. Letitia, thank you for your super chat. And Donald Hoffman. Igor Jack says, I was born and raised in a small Russian town. I've experienced the horrors of a post-Soviet society firsthand. After years of paperwork and studying the language, I finally got my citizenship, and I couldn't be happier. God bless the United States of America. We appreciate all of you that have tuned in. I'm going to hand it back over to my co-correspondents here while I pull up our website donations, and we'll read those off.
Well, thank you folks very much for joining us. I see we're up to 74,000. It is so good to be with you. Something new President Trump has started doing recently, as you can see behind us, is these videos that he's putting up on the screen. I don't know if you can see them just yet, but I'm sure you'll be able to momentarily. The president started doing this, even making remarks at the Wisconsin rally, saying that it saves him a lot of words to put these videos up. And what better than the actual truth, because video doesn't lie unless it's edited, but this is all just telling the truth of what the president has accomplished and some of the shortcomings of Joe Biden, a lot of the shortcomings of Joe Biden. So it is quite neat. I don't think we've ever seen something like this. Massive LED screens at the rallies for people to enjoy, have some entertainment before the president arrives, which truly people want to see more than they want to see these videos. But I think it's a really neat thing to do, and I wonder if we'll see this in other campaigns going forward.
Thank you, Philip. But yes, again, the enthusiasm that you're seeing from the supporters is undeniable. Of course, with you all support and people like you, me, I mean, other leaders out there, we can win and we can overcome and we continue to live victorious. So with everything going on, I see too that the crowd is starting to fill in here. Honestly, this is actually probably the biggest that I've seen so far recently from the rallies that I've been to, but the crowd is increasing. Tampa is full of love, full of energy, and I'm just really proud of the people that are here showing support for our president. Philip, we've been talking about all of these issues that have been coming up recently with COVID-19, with the whole Black Lives Matter, you know, and you were kind of sharing a little bit where you come from with on these issues, but what inspired you to be more active in speaking out against the left and what they're doing?
Our country will soar.
Well, thank you, Zoe. I think the direction of what our country was going in 2016 was something that really concerned me. What I didn't know was that it was just the beginning of everything that we're seeing now. Since President Trump has taken office and took the oath to become president of the United States, we have learned so much about the swamp and everything that it is, and how corrupt the politicians in D.C. are. I saw a tweet recently and it said that we want to elect patriots, not politicians, and I couldn't agree more, because that was one of the things that caused me to get so involved in politics, was when President Trump started to talk about draining the swamp. I was like, that's something that I'm all in for. For years we've had politicians and elected officials represent us, but they really didn't represent us. They represented their best interests. They represented their best financial interests, and where they could get a seat on the board of a defense contract or get contracts for roads or highways for their friends. And this bureaucracy that we saw within the government really caused me to want to speak out and be a leader in the movement in making sure that we elect patriots, not politicians. And I think that is something that President Trump is. President Trump is a patriot, not a politician. And that is why the establishment hates him. Like Anna Paulina Luna was saying, why is it such a big deal if President Trump isn't doing the right thing? Why are they trying to censor us? It is because we are doing the right thing, and we are on the right side, no pun intended, that they don't want us to succeed, and they will do everything in their power to shut us down. So my encouragement to those of you at home, when it may feel like it's tough, when it may feel like it's hard, I encourage you, keep fighting, keep giving it everything you have. Grab your friends, go to the polls. It is more important now than it was in 2016. That was just the beginning of it, and now we have seen a below the tip of the iceberg, and we have seen the establishment and their corruptness, and it is important that we keep them out and that we send Nancy Pelosi packing back to California.
Exactly. So I'm just kind of reflecting, honestly, at a time back 2018. Next month, November, is basically an anniversary of when I lost my contract, when I came out publicly as a Trump supporter. Even with that, in the modeling industry, you know, there are a lot of people in the fashion industry, a lot of people who are concerned for, being more outspoken and saying things that they may believe and may or may not believe. But in the fashion entertainment industry, you have a strong left a presence there, and they make it almost impossible for you to be who you are and speak out on what you believe, because they dangle these jobs and these opportunities in front of your face, and they say, oh, if you don't believe the way we believe, then we're going to take this from you. So that what inspired me to now I have something coming up. I have a brand that I'm launching. Here is basically just something for me to reflect and just share with you guys and other people who've been supporting me through this whole journey, my whole pilgrimage and all this. But just a victorious statement that I'm making, that yes, you can try to take these things away from me, but I will still be victorious in the end. Just like, again, President Donald Trump, he will not back down, and he still stands strong. So I'm really proud of, again, supporters, people like you, people like Mike, people like you guys as well, for standing up and standing strong. Mike?
Yes, thank you, Zoe. I want to take this time to read off our website donations. We got a ton of them here today. First one is from Scooter Pie. Scooter Pie says, I didn't vote for Trump last time, but this time I'm voting for jobs/businesses. Keep up the good work, RSB. I'm telling all my friends about you. Next, from Dennis. Dennis says, Trump 2020, I sense a huge red wave. Love what you guys are doing. You guys are growing a huge NYC base. I'm telling everyone about you guys. We got one from Sajef Hoefs, I think. Says he's from Holland, 100% pro-Trump. And then we got one from Sue. Sue says, God bless President Trump and the U.S. We're going to let our cameraman pan the crowd as I read these website donations. You guys don't need to stare at my hat anyway. We're going to show you the crowd here. All right, moving along. So Sue says, God bless President Trump in the USA. Next, from Jean Rees. Jean says, God bless America and God bless President Trump. Next, from David. David says, God appointed you. Thank you. That's high praise. Push Call says, triumphing with Trump. Indians for Trump. Trump 2020. Mary Ann Kathleen Norris says, we are so blessed to have such an amazing president and to have such an incredible broadcasting network like Right Side. Praying that the Lord would richly bless you guys. Let me tell you, Mary Ann, the Lord has blessed us. The Lord, I have a testimony. I won't even get into it right now. It would take up half the broadcast, but yes, God does not make mistakes. I am too blessed to be oppressed. As a black man in America, I am just an American citizen. I'm just so grateful. God has blessed all of us to be where we are right now. Alan and Barbara Jarrett say, you are all rock stars. And then they listed out the names: Mike Nificent, Bryant Glenn, Scott Pressler, Joe Seals, Lilith, Tom O'Neill, Brick Suit, The Real Alex Caldwell, Adrian Ferguson, Philip, and last but not least, Grace Saldana, and the Invisible Joe. Oh, please, any names I missed, forgive me, because all of you matter. I will continue to donate the rest of this week just so I can encourage all of you. We love you, President Trump. Joe, you hear Gloria in the studio. Our CEO dances to this song in the studio. He loves Gloria. Freddie says, we can defeat socialism, big tech, fake news, and the radical left thanks to Donald Trump. Make America great again. Vote Republican. Joseph. Joseph says, God bless you, young American patriots. Keep up the great work. Pieces of the Prize. Pieces of the Prize says, thank you for the rally coverage. We love Donald J. Trump. Alan Jarrett says, Zoe, I missed your name, so you go, girl. Donating the rest of the week just to encourage all of you. Robert said, I am proud to support RSBN and President Trump, and I condemn the corrupt Biden crime family. Get out and vote before November 3rd. I have voted for Trump. I second that. Let me echo that, guys. If you have early voting in your state, get your behind out there and vote right now. Do it right now. Don't wait until the 3rd. Let's go into Election Day with the momentum, especially if you live in a swing state. We want the states to be called early. Florida's going to be called early, probably because the early voting shows Republicans narrowing the gap. And of course, on Election Day, it's going to be a slam dunk for Republicans. All right, Kim and Michael say, God bless the USA, President Trump and RSBN. Thank you for the great job you do bringing the rallies to us like we are actually there. That is so true. As we're showing you the crowd right now, as if you're standing on the risers with us, you're going to see President Trump's entry, which we do believe will be via motorcade, although we cannot rule out Marine One. It's probably going to be motorcade. We're not at the airport. We're at the Raymond James Stadium, which is directly adjacent to Tampa International Airport. But either way, whatever happens, you're going to get live coverage of it. This is what we do here at Right Side Broadcasting. We don't interrupt. We show you the Pledge of Allegiance, the national anthem, all the speakers, President Trump's speech start to finish with no spin, no narrative, none of the nonsense. Alan Jarrett says, big tech may be suppressing Biden's mess along with social media and mainstream media, but where is the law? Where is the law? Where is the abuse of Biden's clearance that prohibits receiving more than $25 without declaring it? And what about the political issue with being basically a traitor with this sort of action? I agree. This is exactly why I don't get all excited when I see these Project Veritas videos come out, because I'm like, I love the work James O'Keefe is doing, but what difference is it actually making? It's good to get the information out there, but are people being investigated? Are people being arrested? The answer is no. I'm not saying they should stop doing the work. I'm saying, when are we going to see results? I'm results driven. If people are committing crimes and they're caught on camera, they need to be arrested. They need to be caught. Plain and simple. Now I'm going to give it back over to Philip right now, and he's going to tell you about our partner for the day.
Thank you so much, Mike. Appreciate it. Guys, do not forget about My Patriot Supply. Like Mike said earlier, there's only days until the election, and now is an important time to prepare. And My Patriot Supply has your back, and they have a great offer for you today only. You save $30 on their most popular one-week food kit. It comes in a super cool ammo container. It includes breakfast, lunches, and dinners, and it lasts up to 25 years. But you can only get it when you go to this special site, prepare2020.com. That's 2020, prepare2020.com. Think about it. In the beginning of this year, when emergency struck, our first impulse was run to the grocery store, but oftentimes the shelves were empty. And My Patriot Supply has your back, because storing food in your home is a great way to protect your family in case of a natural disaster, civil unrest, and we have seen too much of that lately, even the other night in Philadelphia. If 2020 has taught us anything, it's don't get caught unprepared. You need to make a plan today. Like I said, go to prepare2020.com. That's 2020.com. Prepare2020.com, and support this great sponsor who is bringing you today's rally and live coverage of President Trump here in Tampa, Florida.
Thank you, Philip. So, of course, with everything going on, I constantly getting questions from other Christians and even some Christians in my community asking about where should Christians stand in politics and government and when it comes to voting. Me personally, I believe that this is everything that God wants us to do, to stand up for the rights and of man, that the God-given rights that were given to us. So I want to read something that I've been catching up to. Is the biblical principles for political engagement. It says here, the Bible teaches that government is appointed by God. In Romans 13:1-7, Paul describes the governing authorities as ministers of God. And it says that they are responsible for administering civil justice. Although God is sovereign, he chooses to use human governments to carry out his will in the civil sphere. As biblical bias for government is also found in Genesis 9, where God provides general authority for action against murderers, Genesis 9:5-6. This passage implies that communities must form or support governments capable of administering government. You see all throughout the Bible where God used kings and used all these leaders in government to get his will done and to establish his kingdom here on earth. The important role of government is the only reason why Christians should care about political process. Government was God's idea, and Christians should think about it and engage with it in a way that is consistent with God-ordained purpose. A second reason why Christians should care about politics is that the Bible contains numerous examples of God's people engaging in politics as a part of a holistic approach to ministry that meets both spiritual and temporal needs. The Old Testament provides example of faithful political engagement. For example, Joseph and Daniel served in foreign administrations and used their influence to implement policies that benefit society. In the case of Joseph, during a devastating famine in Genesis 45, God used his position in Egypt to govern and protect and provide for his extended family, who would later become the future nation of Israel. Likewise, Queen Esther used her influence in the Persian government to save Jewish people from a state-sanctioned genocide. Everywhere else you see, for example, the prophet Jeremiah was instructed in Babylon to seek the welfare of the city. He also commanded them to pray for the city and for its well-being. In Jeremiah 29, it speaks about this society that would benefit from God if they just turn to him and if they just follow his commands. In the New Testament, Jesus engaged in holistic ministry, caring out for the physical and spiritual needs of people, feeding the hungry, and caring for the sick, where there were extensions of the message he preached. Apostle also advocated for a comprehensive approach to ministry. As we have opportunity, let us do good to everyone. Also, for we are his workmanship, created in Christ Jesus for good works, which God prepared beforehand that we should walk in them, in Ephesians 2:10. It is important for us to engage in good works in government. It is important for us to stand up for Christ and government. It is important because Christ is coming back to establish his kingdom here on earth. So if we cannot stand up for God here, how will we be able to worship and praise him in eternity? This is very important for us to take to heart and understand. And I believe our President Donald J. Trump has this understanding and understands that it is very important to keep God alive in America. So no matter where you are right now with this election, we have 5 more days to go. It is important to get out and vote. It is important for you to use your voice in this election. This is nothing like I've ever seen before. And you're seeing biblical prophecy being displayed right before our very eyes. And now is the time. Now is the time for us to stand up for God, because why? He stood up for us. He died for us. He protected us, and he gave us life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Mike?
Thank you, Zoe. Zoe is amazing. Incredible commentary, guys. Follow her on social media. I want to read out some more super chats while we're just minutes away from President Trump arriving. They just put the presidential seal on the podium, so we're minutes away, ladies and gentlemen. Cheryl says hashtag God wins, praying for POTUS and for RSBN. Thank you so much for that super chat. You are amazing. We do it for you guys. This is your network. This is your network. We're delivering you the truth. We're just patriots out here. You know what I mean? Maria says, love you, President Trump. Mike, Brick Suit, Liz, you rock. Love all of you. And sorry, I'm trying to go in order so I don't miss anything. Mary Beth says, WTG, Right Side Broadcasting, President Donald J. Trump gave you guys a shout out and discerned you are the most honest, real, unbiased news out there, and we love you. Congrats. Love you so much, or thank you so much, rather. Thank you so much, Mary. We appreciate you. Moving along here. Give me a second, guys. I have to scroll so I make sure I don't miss any. SP, thank you for your super chat. Bradley Bolts, thank you. Trump, thank you. New member, Cindy Raisley, thank you. The link is lost, says my dad Bill and I used to watch RSBN in 2016 and pray Trump won, and he did. Sadly, my dad passed away last year, or he would have been voting for Trump again in 2020. Love to all patriots, my family, RSBN, and of course, President Donald J. Trump. Sorry for your loss. God bless you. Thank you for tuning in and supporting us. We appreciate you. And your dad. We appreciate your dad for supporting us as well. Adam West says, vote in person no matter what BS the media will push about COVID-19. They're shutting down schools as we speak to scare people. Since when do we shut down life because of the flu? Vote or we will lose our freedom for good. All right, one more. I'm just going to read a couple more, and then I'm going to throw it back to our CEO in the studio. San Diego, IA San Diego says, thank you, POTUS, for saving USA and the world. Blue Girl Dev said, thank you, Zoe. What a great Bible lesson. God bless RSBN staff. Amen. And I'm going to kick it back to our CEO, Joe Seals, in the studio. Joe, back to you.
Okay, thank you, Mike, and thank you, Zoe, and thank you, Philip. Three amazing young patriots out there. They've been out on the road for a while, especially Mike. Braving the elements in different states. They're in cold climates one day and hot the next. They don't know what's happening. Thank you to them for bringing you this coverage today. We appreciate their service here at RSBN. Working hard, and we are going to be working harder than ever before over the next 5 days. Just a quick look. Whoa, I don't know what that was. A quick look at the schedule this week so far. Now, this is just what we've got up until Saturday. We expect Sunday and Monday to be the biggest days as far as rallies are concerned, especially that last day. We expect, 5-6 rallies that last day. It's putting a strain on us, but we're making it. We're holding up. Fayetteville later today, coming up next with Liz Willis. And we got some special guests with us tonight in Fayetteville, Waterford, Michigan, Green Bay, Rochester tomorrow. Then on Saturday, it's all PA. We're going all in for the Keystone State, trying to win. That's key to President Trump's victory this year. We're going to win. We're going to win. If it's fair, we're going to win. But we have to get out and vote, or we won't. Okay, so a lot of people think it's going to be a landslide. Some people don't prioritize voting in person, especially. It's so important to show that on election day. And so I've let all of my correspondents go home for a day to make sure they vote. If they haven't voted yet, I let them go home to vote. So thank you. Don't forget uninterrupted coverage coming up of President Trump today here in Tampa and then in Fayetteville later tonight. They spring these things on us, these rallies, at the very last minute. Sometimes, the other night we got one. I thought we had 3 released yesterday afternoon, and then yesterday evening 3 more were released. And they're only 2 days away, so it's very difficult to plan for them. But I was up till 4 a.m. last night again, booking the travel, but I got some good sleep. It wasn't a lot of sleep, but it was good sleep. I passed out, and I'm feeling okay right now. So thank you for all of you who are praying for us. We really need that right now. These next 5 days are going to be tough. We are not we don't have endless resources like mainstream media. I don't have a staff here at the office. So I'm playing producer, I'm playing graphic designer, I'm playing travel booker, I guess travel agent, and also a shrink on the side, because people grow weary out on the road after weeks and weeks. So anyway, thank you for your prayers. We appreciate it very much. And if you want to support us, it means the world to us, because we're gonna be it's gonna be crazy next 5 days. 5 days to save America. RSBNetwork.com/donate. Back to Mike, Zoe, and Philip in Tampa.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are just moments away from President Trump's arrival here at Raymond James Stadium, where he will deliver remarks to a crowd of at least 10,000 people. He has officially landed at Tampa International Airport, so it's just a matter of minutes. President Trump will be here. We're going to bring it to you live. Thank you all for tuning in. I feel like they just turned the music up on us, too. It's just unnecessary. My goodness. Nonetheless, I'm going to get right back into the Super Chats. Raj River, thank you for your super chat. Jim Jacob is a new member, as well as Susanna Bell. And I want to thank everyone for tuning in. We got 87,000 people watching. 87,000 people watching right now. We need 87,000 thumbs up. Give us a thumbs up. Support Right Side Broadcasting. If you want more people to see this stream, you need to help us overcome censorship on YouTube. And the best way to do that is to like this stream. Give it a thumbs up. Subscribe right now. Subscribe and hit the bell notification. Also, share. Share. Get it on Twitter. Get it on Facebook. Send it to someone via text message or email. You have to share. That's the only way more people are going to see it. More people who could potentially vote for the president. More people in the great state of Florida, a swing state, 29 electoral votes up for grabs. If you want to help President Trump get reelected, you got to support the only media that covers him barely. That's going to show you the speech in its entirety, uninterrupted. We're showing you the crowd. Look at the crowd size. Look how many people are out here. We're the ones that are going to show you that. So please give us a thumbs up and subscribe to RSBN. Subscribe, ladies and gentlemen. It looks like we got a few more website donations. Crystal says, I'm so thankful the Lord is using you to get the word out about Trump. Sandra Tate says, love RSBN Trump 2020. Les says, thank you for your hard work and love for our country. God bless America and President Trump. Be safe. Denise for Trump says, another 4 years, Trump 2020 to save America. Mary Lou says, we thank RSBN for all your hard work. We watch all the rallies on your network. We love Donald Trump, and we're praying for a massive victory on Tuesday. Andrew says, thank you, RSBN. God bless USA. Make America great again. John Hernandez says, may the Lord Jesus Christ, God, the Father of life and grace, our beloved President Donald J. Trump with 4 more years. From Yahweh says, thank you so much for reporting true news. Red wave coming through Florida. That's right. Florida is a red. There is a sea of red all across central Florida. We are just moments away from President Trump arriving via motorcade here. We're going to get the camera whipped around here and show you all the excitement, folks. Got those law enforcement officers on bikes, those great motorcycles, and President Trump will be arriving shortly. I'm going to continue reading these donations. Nita and Ted said 12 more years. We love President Trump and Right Side Broadcasting. And have any of you seen that cringy ad by the Lincoln Project? It's so cringe. Where the lady walks into her child's bedroom. He's like, sleep. It's like, Timmy, you told me to wake you up and tell you what happened. He goes, what happened, Mama? Trump won. Trump was reelected. And the little kid goes, but Mommy, I thought that he could only be elected twice. I said, not anymore, Timmy. And then in the background, you hear some people faintly chanting 12 more years. Oh my gosh, it's so cringe, man. These people are just, ugh. Makes my skin crawl. Think about how disgusting they are and dishonest and like petty. Like, really? They take everything so literal. When we chant 12 more years, we're saying Trump is doing a damn good job, and we would love to see 12 more years of this exact thing. Whether it's President Trump, whether it's Don Jr., whether it's Ivanka, whether it's Barron, we don't care. We want, well, maybe not Barron yet, but you get what I'm saying, guys. Come on. They take everything so literal. And it's pathetic, honestly. They lost their sense of humor, which is why Hollywood's no longer funny. Saturday Night Live's no longer funny. You know. Moving along. Debbie Haynes says, thanks for bringing the rallies to us. Marjorie Morris says, thank you for your awesome coverage. It's so important to keep getting the truth out there. We love Right Side Broadcasting and our rock star President Trump. Ralph Wall says, God bless RSBN, God bless Donald Trump. We love RSBN Trump rally coverage. RSBN shows the crowds. Brick suit brought tears to my eyes. Yesterday, good to see you, Mike, back home here in Florida. It feels so good, man. It's such a blessing to be able to cover. This is like my 4th rally now that I've covered in the Sunshine State, and they've all been driving distance from Mikasa. It's great. It's incredible. I did a rally in Sanford. I did one in Ocala. I did one in the Villages. And now the great city of Tampa Bay, where I used to live for 2 years. Tampa Bay in the Sunshine State of Florida. It is.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome the 45th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, and the First Lady, Melania Trump.
And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the
It
It is wonderful to be here in our home state. Thank you for taking the time to be here and for supporting the administration. We love you too. For those of you who are still deciding who to vote for on Tuesday, I hope that what I have to say will prove to you that a vote for President Trump is a vote for a better America. In a time when hate, negativity, and fear are the messages the media streams into our homes, and the large tech companies are protecting political censorship, we need to remember what is really important. My husband's administration is focused on the future. The health and safety of the American people, the education and well-being of our children, the safety and security of our streets and communities, and the protection of our fundamental family values. Under Donald's leadership, we have blocked out the noise and focused on you, the American people. Under my husband's leadership, our nation is respected again. Our borders are safer. We have won wars and we have stayed out of new conflicts. We have made historic peace deals in the Middle East. We didn't just talk about it. We moved our embassy to Jerusalem. The president stands with our friend Israel more than any other president before. Our allies are now doing their fair share globally. Our economy soared and unemployment shrank. Our military is stronger than ever. Opportunities for women and especially working mothers expanded in our workforce. Healthcare for every citizen remains a priority for him, and as you have seen over these past years, he won't stop until he gets it done. We have a law and order president. Donald fights to protect and support all our people. He also fully supports our men and women in uniform, while others are calling to defund them. We have faith in our judges and our legal system to rule justly. We respect our heritage and we condemn all hate. We should always learn from our past, and it is more important than ever that we never forget it. Under this president, our American values and ideals are protected, cherished, and upheld. We have had 3 incredible years of making America great again. In early 2020, our nation began feeling the effects of a global pandemic, a virus that invaded our nation and no one really understood. Now, because of our amazing medical capabilities and resources, We are in the process of developing powerful therapeutics and vaccine. A vaccine is not a partisan issue. If you are not supporting the safe production of a vaccine, you're not supporting the health and safety of the American people. There is no room to play politics on this topic in the midst of pandemic. I want to take this moment to say thank you to the many amazing frontline workers who are with us today. Thank you for all that you are doing. You keep our most vulnerable citizens safe. Our administration fully supports you and will continue to work tirelessly to ensure that you are equipped with all the medical supplies you need. This administration also continue working to develop safer procedures and practices so that children can get back in the classroom. So that businesses can continue reopening and people can start earning an income again. This president and his team are focused on not only destroying the virus and building back the economy, they're focused on creating ways for people to safely stop isolating and start gathering with friends again on a safe distances. This is about mental health as much as it is psychical. A country of hope, not a country of fear or weakness. And we have a leader who shows us that every single day. President Trump chooses to move this country forward. This country deserves a president with proven results, not empty words and promises. On Tuesday, the direction of our country will take is in your own hands. I ask that you join us in continuing to put America first. Together, we will overcome this pandemic and continue building the brightest future for generations to come. Thank you. God bless you all. God bless your families. It is now my pleasure to welcome the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Wow, thank you very much. That was a little bit of a surprise. That was a surprise. Thank you, Melania. Good job. They love our First Lady. They love our First Lady. Always have. And America is blessed to have you. Thank you very much, honey. That was great. So I'm thrilled to be here in our home state, Florida. I love this state, and I love the people of this state. And 5 days from now, we are going to win Florida. We are going to win 4 more years in the White House. And we're going on to win a record share of the Hispanic American vote. You see what's happening? Oh, they're very concerned back there. The fake news, they are so concerned. Melania, you don't know too much about them. You've seen enough. But they are very unhappy. You know what's happening, don't you? You see what's happening? We've led Florida every single day. What's going on? This is a terrible thing for them. Actually, it's a good thing for them. They just don't know it. They haven't quite figured that out yet. No, we're doing incredibly in Florida. We're doing incredibly all over. And this isn't based on polls. This is based on fact. This is based on votes that are coming in. But you have to get out and vote. We are creating the greatest red wave in the history of our country. No, it's been amazing. We'll talk about it in a little while. I want to get some of the little introductions and introductory things out. But we have to talk about the what's going on in our country with the big tech. You know the power of big tech? They're incredible. They're incredible. No. I heard about the power for a long time, the power of big tech. I heard about it 4 years ago. Sir, big tech is against you. They're tremendously powerful. You can't beat them. Then we had the election, we won. I said, oh, how did that happen? And the fake news media, 94% of the stories about us are negative. Think of it. Think of it. 64% of the stories about Sleepy Joe are positive. How the hell do you have a positive story about this guy? How do you have a positive story about him? This election is a choice between my plan to deliver historic, and you know what this is going to be, right? Historic. This is historic prosperity. Another major tax cut to go along with the biggest tax cut in the history of our country. And record job growth. And Joe Biden's plan is to deliver punishing lockdowns. He's going to lock you down. And Florida's all opened up. You have a great governor. Did he speak too long today or not? No? No, I watched him on the plane. I said, oh, look, there's Ron. You know, they have the little thing in the box. I said, oh, look, there's Ron. He's speaking. He looked like he was up there a long time. No? He's saying yes. He's a great governor. You have a great governor. He's a great guy. They want to give you massive tax hikes. It's the first time that I've ever seen. I've been with politics all my life, essentially. Only doing this for a few years on this side of it. But we've done well, haven't we, when you think? A senator came into my office and said, sir, an older guy, nice guy, pro, total pro. Sir, I've been in 9 races and I've won 7 of them, sir, and I'm a United States senator. I said, Senator, I've been 1 race and I've won 1. Now we want to win 2, but I won 1. But it was the presidency. We took them all by surprise, didn't we? We took them by surprise. They're still trying to recover. And you will have a crippling depression, the likes of which you've never seen if Sleepy Joe becomes your president. And your 401ks, throw them out the window because you know what's going to happen. And you know, our stock market has a big headwind. The headwind is if he wins, and we are doing great. Do you see the number today? 33.1 GDP, the biggest in the history of our country by almost triple, right? Almost triple. No, it's very much bigger than any GDP we've ever had. You have to go back to the 1950s, and then it's less than half. This is the greatest number, 33.1%. If you asked me 2 weeks ago, I would have said, I'll take 12%. 12% would have been very nice. Nobody ever heard of 12%. 33.1. And let me tell you what they're going to do. I never even thought of this one. They won't even talk about it. This is the biggest event in business in 50 years. Nobody's ever seen a number like this. This is bigger than any nation. No nation has a number like that. Other nations right now, look, we were compared to Europe. Germany is doing so well. France is doing so well. Everyone's doing so well. No, they're not doing well. And you take a look at what's going on, and we want the best for them. We're on their team. We want to work with them and everything else. But they're not doing well. They're spiking up big. They're shutting down. They're locking down. I disagree with that because we're never going to lock down again. We locked down. We understood the disease. And now we're open for business. And that's what it is. And that's what it is. This explosive economic growth is 4 times greater than what the experts expected. They expected a number that would be like 7%, 8%. But here's what's going to happen. You're going to go back home. You're going to say, that was incredible. Melania was unbelievable. The governor was incredible. I've never heard anybody speak like that. Trump was okay, too. Not bad. But we have no choice. We have to vote for Trump because it's between Trump and Sleepy Joe, and anybody beats Sleepy Joe. I can take a couple of these guys. They're friends of mine. They're not good people. They're better than Joe, I will tell you. Now, do you believe what I'm running against? I'm running against the worst candidate in the history of presidential politics. I don't care, win, lose, or draw. This is the worst candidate in the history. He shouldn't be there because Pocahontas kept going instead of getting out. Then it would have been against Bernie, which would have been fine, too. You know what? You would have had a more energetic base if we had Bernie. That's one thing. Because I don't know if they have a base. Here's what's happened. He goes for a speech. They're showing you thousands and thousands. Look, as far as all the way back to that building, as far as the eye can see. And Biden is leaving his basement today. He took the lid off. You know what he does? He takes the lid off, runs to the closest part of Delaware, like if he can get a little piece of Pennsylvania. People in Pennsylvania are wise to him. They know all about his no fracking, no fracking, no fracking. Then he gets to Pennsylvania. He learns it's 1 million jobs. And by the way, Pennsylvania, they give us that you can fire up your factories. They give us the energy, and it's inexpensive energy. So he goes to Pennsylvania. All of a sudden he changes. Yes, I have nothing against fracking. And the press doesn't call him out on it, right? And they don't call him out on where's Hunter. They don't call him out, where's Hunter? Where's Hunter? Is Hunter in the crowd? They don't call him out. They don't call him out on where's Hunter. It's crazy. It's crazy. You know, some people said I get a call from all the experts, right? Guys that ran for president 6, 7, 8 times. Never got past the first round, but they're calling me up. Sir, you shouldn't be speaking about Hunter. You shouldn't be saying bad things about Biden because nobody cares. I disagree. You know, maybe that's why I'm here and they're not. But they say, talk about your economic success. Talk about 33.1%, the greatest in history. Now, look, if I do, I mean, how many times can I say it? I'll say it 5 or 6 times during the speech. 33.1. But you look at that, and you look at Tucker Carlson, what he did the other night. Great. And followed up by Sean, and followed up by Laura, and the next day, nothing at all, right? Nothing. Nothing in the New York Times, the fake New York Times. Hey, how about Anonymous? Did we see Anonymous? A low staffer. Anonymous turned out to be a guy. I'm trying to figure out, I don't know who the hell this guy is. So the New York Times said, a senior White House official. Nobody knew who he was. This was look, we are in big trouble with the press. They are truly the enemy of the people. They are the enemy of the people. So this guy goes out, this lowlife. Oh, I never saw him. I think he has a picture of me standing there like I do with thousands of people. This lowlife goes out and he writes a book. By the way, when he left, he had nothing but praise for the Trump. Oh, it's incredible, incredible. Then somebody gets him at the New York Times, the fake New York Times, And all of a sudden he becomes nasty. And he writes, and they say, a top White House official. Well, he was a staffer. Lowe had nothing to do with the White House. He had nothing to do. And he goes in, and you know what? There should be major criminal liability for some scum like this. And you know, for a year, everybody walks into my office, Secretary of State Pompeo. I could name every one of them, all good people. I'm looking at them and saying, I wonder if that could be the one, right? You know? And it turns out to be this lowlife that nobody knows who the hell he is. He had nothing to do with us. I don't think I ever met him, and I might have met him. I think somebody said, he has a picture of me standing someplace. This is a disgrace to our country. It shouldn't happen, and he should be prosecuted. Are you listening to me back in Washington? He should be prosecuted. Along with the New York Times, because it was a story made up, it was fake news made up by the New York Times. And you know who he works for now? CNN. He works for CNN right there. See the camera right there with the light that just went off. It just... See that, honey? That red light just went off. Fake news, CNN, and Anderson Cooper. And Anderson Cooper asked him, are you anonymous? And he lied to him. He said no, essentially. Said, no, I'm not. And he works for CNN. I would think CNN would be firing him about, but this is a real lowlife. You know who else he works for? Google. He works for Google. I think Google should fire him very quickly because bad things are going to happen to him. But think of what he does to our government. Right? It's like a horrible, treasonous, horrible thing that you can do this and you can get away with it. Weekly jobless claims. This is boring, but it's really good. Just hit a 7-month low. In other words, from the beginning of the pandemic, 7 months ago. Now, we're going to have next year the best year we've ever had economically. And it's true. Biden is holding back the stock market because, you know, it's an election. Crazy things could happen. Maybe 100% of the people in Florida decide not to vote. You know, you never know. But we have a headwind, so it's gone down a little bit over the last few days because, you know, you're coming close. And it could be. We're going to win this election so big. You watch. You watch. We're going to win it so big. And that's the only reason the market's going down. The market's going down because if he gets in, seriously, you're going to have one of the worst depressions we've ever had. You're going to have, and John Roberts from Fox is back there, and I think he agrees. And John Roberts is very unhappy because he doesn't want his 401k to go down the tubes. Now, John's treated us very fairly. Not perfect. He's not perfect, I will say. But he's been overall pretty good. He's pretty good. So CNN, Google, we got to do something about all of it. New York Times is fake. It's fake. They write so many fake stories. Thanks to our policies, America is experiencing the fastest and biggest recovery. We're having the best recovery anywhere in the world. No other country, small or large, is recovering like us. Think of that. In the past 5 months, we've created a record 11.4 million American jobs. The fastest job growth in the history of our country. Our job growth has been 23 times faster than the first 5 months under Obama-Biden recovery, which was, by the way, the worst recovery since the Great Depression. You do know that, right? And just, you know, because all Biden does is talks about COVID, right? He doesn't call it the China virus. You know why? Because China hasn't paid off. He can't use that term. You know, they gave his son $1.5 billion to manage. He makes millions of dollars a year, I assume, right? The smartest guys on Wall Street said, no, sir, that could not have happened. We can't get it. No, it took him about, 10 minutes. He walked in, he walked out with $1.5 billion. Hey, maybe he's not so stupid after all, right? That's the only thing. I thought he was so dumb. Maybe he's not as dumb as we think. He can't, look, he cannot take on China. I didn't say anything. The problem is Biden is total. The biggest story, no, the second biggest story. The worst was when they spied on my campaign and they got caught. That's the biggest political corruption story in the history of our country. But this could very well be second. And we have what's called the laptop from hell. The laptop from hell. From what I've understood, you only have seen a tiny portion of it. But you know what the press is now doing? They're blaming Russia. It's Russia that did it. Russia's the one that created the laptop. And Russia brought it into that little shop to have it fixed. Russia. I think Russia's looking at us and saying, those people are stone cold crazy. No, it was Russia's fault. They said it loud and clear. It was Russia, Russia, Russia. Aren't we tired of this crap? I saw Schiff the other day, 2 days ago. Watermelon, you know, he looks like a watermelon head, right? Remember he lied in the halls of Congress? He read my conversation with the president of Ukraine. But it wasn't my conversation. Hey, how great. Do we love those people that took down the language? Professional military people. Word for word for word. If I didn't have it, it would have been my word against Shifty Schiff, right? 8 times he said quid pro quo. Think of what that means. 8 times you've asked for the same thing. The guy on the other, after the 3rd time, the guy on the other side would say, he's got some serious problems. I don't even know him. I called him to say, congratulations on becoming president of Ukraine. And for that, I got impeached. But you know what we have? We have a lot of great Republicans, and I hope you're going to be voting for those Republicans also. Great Republicans. We have one of them here, Mark Meadows. Has anyone ever heard of Mark Meadows? Took me 3 years to get him out of Congress and become chief of staff. He's great. He's here. He was one of our great ones. And you know who helped me a lot? Honestly? In fact, I said, don't run for governor, Ron. Stay exactly where he was a congressman, your governor, right? There he is. Look at Mark. He's out there working with the phone. He's got the phone going. He uses 2 at one time, right? But your governor was another one. He stood up. You know, he's Harvard and Yale. Do you know that, your governor? He doesn't talk about it. He doesn't talk about it. But he would be on television defending me and fighting for me. There was a group, Jim Jordan. Did anyone ever hear of Jim Jordan? Jim Gordon, 128-1. You know, Jim was an NCAA wrestling champion, one of the best. One of the best. He was a great one. He was a great one. And you know, when you win like he won everything. When you win like that, it's also right here. It's muscle, but it's got to be muscle attached to a lot of brain, right? You guys know, the athletes know that. But Jim was great, and but Ron was fantastic. Your governor, he asked me, he said, would you support me for governor? I said, no, not really. I'd rather have you stay right where you are, you know. You're doing a good job of defending me. But think of it, what we had to do, and we got 197-0 in the House. Think of that. 197-0. And then we went to the Senate, and we had 52.5 to a half. You know who the half was, but that's okay. That was the guy that Sleepy Joe Biden, he couldn't remember his name. Remember, he said the guy from, isn't he, the governor from that place, Utah. I don't know his name. I can't remember his name. It was Romney. Now, Sleepy Joe's a little bit off. Let's face it, Sleepy Joe is shot. And I'm not a fan of his, and he's not a nice guy. Just, you know, I feel better. If he was a nice guy, I couldn't say these things. He's not a nice guy. Now he doesn't remember whether or not he used to be a nice guy. He was never considered smart. He was a touchy-feely guy. You know those guys? Touchy-feely. But not a nice guy, not a smart guy. Our incredible First Lady is sitting here right now, and she's saying to herself, I wonder if all rallies are like this. Now, most of them are a little bit different, but that's okay. You know why, honey? We're in Florida. This is like home. This is home. Right? This is home. We say it like it is. We say it like it is. We created the greatest economy in history, and now we are doing it again. See all that hat, that beautiful hat? It's Make America Great Again, right? We're going to make a new one. It's Make America Great Again. We did it. We did it. Now we're doing it again. My First Lady wants to do it again. Under my leadership, the Florida tourism industry and hospitality industry will come roaring back very soon. It's ready to happen. We're making the turn. We've got the vaccines coming very soon. The FDA has worked miracles. They had no choice. They had to. This would have taken, if Joe was in charge, you wouldn't have a vaccine for 4 years. I was going to say, he was in charge of the swine flu. He calls it N1H1. It's actually H1N1. I say, Joe, it's not. It's H1. H comes, it's easy because H comes before N. I said, Joe, that's what it is. I said, just call it swine flu. You don't have to call it. The numbers are too complicated. 3 days ago, he said, I'm a proud Democrat running for the United States Senate, and I hope I have you. You can't, but look, we can't play games. You know, you've seen enough. Have you seen enough? This is crazy. But based on the early numbers I've seen, I think you understand exactly what I'm talking about. You know, we have the potential. We have the greatest country in the world, but we have the potential to go to places that we've never been in a positive manner. The potential of our country is so incredible, and you see it happening already. You look at Germany, you look at all of these countries, they're now locked down. They've got a lot of problems. You look at our numbers, look at our recovery, fastest recovery. We went down the least economically, went down by far. As much as it's painful and terrible, we went down the least. We've done an incredible job. It was projected that we would lose 2.2 million people, right? The projections were 2.2 million. By the way, we shouldn't have lost one person. China should have never let this happen. They should have never let it escape. And we will not forget. We will not forget. Biden's agenda will devastate the Hispanic American community. He betrayed Hispanic Americans for 47 years. He's been very bad to the Hispanic Americans. And what is happening with those poll numbers? I have the highest numbers. We are now, according to the polls I'm showing, which are real polls, we are now beating the Democrats for the first time ever with Hispanic Americans. First time ever. First time ever. And I've always loved them, and I think they've always loved me. First time ever. First time ever. And the fakers back there are going crazy. And now Biden wants to close your small businesses and confiscate your guns. Second Amendment. Don't worry about it. The Second Amendment. While letting far-left rioters, looters, and vandals roam free. Look what he's doing in Philadelphia. Look what's happening. Those are people that he's supporting. He couldn't even come out against them yesterday. They asked him a question. He said, what's Philadelphia? Where is it? Where is it? He didn't know what state it was in. Other than that, he's doing a wonderful job. Could you imagine? Could you imagine losing to this guy? Could you imagine? Our First Lady will have to say, darling, I don't know. This is impossible. But you have to be very careful when you say that. You know, whenever I say anything that even uses the word losing, the fake news said, he is thinking about losing. This is a big story. President Trump thinks he's going to lose. No, I don't. I don't. I think you're going to lose. And I think you've lost all credibility. And our elegant First Lady sits and she says, what the hell is happening here? This election is a choice between the American dream and a socialist nightmare. That's what it is. It's socialism. Venezuela, I used to say Venezuela on steroids. This would be, if they got in, a very, very, very large version of Venezuela. And it can happen with the Green New Deal and all these crazy, you know, look, AOC +3. I heard she's very insulted that I call her AOC. I'm not. I call her AOC plus 3. That's the 3 characters that like Ilhan Omar. I'm going to win Minnesota because of Ilhan Omar. She tells us how to run our country. She's telling us how to run our country. I don't think so. Ilhan Omar. So we're going to win the state of Minnesota for 2 reasons. Her and the fact that when Minneapolis had their problem, they should have called us sooner, but when they called us, how long did it take? 25 minutes? It was extinguished. We could have done it in the first hour instead of waiting for a week and a half. But the governors, they have to call, and I give the governor credit. He eventually called. They should call us, I'll tell you, Oregon. They should call us in Portland. Oh, would I love to go in with the anarchists. They would last 15 minutes. Our guys, you know, you got to like hold them back. They want to, let us in, sir. We'd like to go in. I meet them. I see troops. Sir, we'd like to go into Oregon. We'll take care of them. I say, just calm down. Just calm down. It wouldn't take them long. It would take them about 15. How long? And then we'd do things. And then eventually they'd end up going home about 10 years later. Back home to mom and dad where they started, in the basement. Antifa. You know Antifa? So Biden called it an idea. He said, Antifa's just an idea. I said, no, when you get hit over the head behind your back with a baseball bat, that's not an idea. That's not an idea. But didn't he call the United States? He called the United States an idea too. I said, no, it's not an idea. The United States is a great nation. That's what it is. It's not an idea. He called us an idea, so he puts us in the same category as Antifa. As long as I am president, America will never be a socialist country, and I say it all the time. This election will decide whether our children will be condemned to the misery of socialism or whether they will inherit the glorious legacy of American freedom. This election will decide whether the Biden-Harris, how about her? How about her? I'll tell you what, when our great Vice President, Mike Pence, debated her, it was a total, you know the expression, if it were a fight, they would have ended it. Within 2 days, they were saying the fake news. She did magnificently well against Mike Pence. No, that's what happens. You know, you do great. 2 days later, you realize they have it down that you lost now. Mike did fantastically. He's a great vice president. He works very hard. And I'll tell you one thing. You know, his kids are in the military and they're teachers. I guarantee you one thing. Mike Pence has not made hundreds of millions of dollars by scamming foreign countries. Because that's what they've done. They've made hundreds of millions of dollars. And they can't, and nobody wants to talk about it. Look at that. Oh, are they doing that on purpose? Are they friend or foe? I don't know, I actually felt good. I felt water on my face. I said, where the hell is that coming? They may be doing that on purpose. Let's find out if they're friend or foe, and if they're foe, let's take care of those son of a bitches. Look at that. Are you okay? Oh, look, they're hitting the press. That's okay. Oh, there goes the, but look at that. Wow. That's cool, actually. And I'll tell the media I have nothing to do with that, but it is sort of like calling a feeling like a little. That's great. You know, it's amazing. It's amazing. And I say it all the time. Because we've liked Ronald Reagan. We've liked a lot of, people. Mostly they're stiffs. Mostly. Generally speaking, they don't do the job, right? But we've had good ones like Ronald Reagan. He's the one I think about. But nobody ever chanted. First of all, he'd never get a crowd like this. He'd have 200 or 300 people. There'd be in a ballroom. That was like the norm. Nobody you got to see yesterday. We had 35, 40,000 people. We were in Arizona. Day before, 2 days before, we were in Pennsylvania. We did 3 in Pennsylvania, one bigger than the next, like this. And you know what's common? The love. It's all the same. The love. is incredible. Love for our country. It's the love for our country. But there's never been a chant, we love you. I'm watching this guy here. He looks like he could take on anybody in the world. He's a big, strong guy. I don't think he's ever cried in his life before, and I see him wiping away tears. We love you, we love you. This guy, he hasn't cried since he was a baby and probably didn't cry then either. And now he's crying. No, there has never been that chant before, and I appreciate it. And I'll cry. That's why I ended early. I'll cry, except I don't want them to say, your president broke down in tears today. I don't know. That's not cool. We don't want President Xi of China to say, gee, I just saw something that surprises me. You know, we've taken billions and billions of dollars out of China. We gave $28 billion to our farmers, 28 right out of China. I don't want to have. But then the plague came in, right? Then the plague came in. That's sort of everything. You know, we made a great deal with China. The ink wasn't dry before the plague came in, so it's a whole different feeling. I will say, 3 weeks ago, they ordered more corn, more soybeans, more beef than at any time in the history of this country. So they obviously think I'm going to win. They obviously think we're going to win. And they want to make us happy, but we're not happy because that should have been stopped. And it's not here, all over the world. You see what's going on in Europe. It's so sad. But you see what's going on. 188 countries all over the world. What China has done to this world, what they've done. People come up to me, they're clothed in masks and stuff, and this, hello, President, hello. I said, look at this. What China has done to our country. I may do that. You better be careful. What China has done to this country, it's not the first time either. No, they're paying. But you can never pay for 200,000 more lives. You can never pay for that. Yeah, we can make them pay plenty. But 210,000 lives. But it would have been 2 million lives. It's incredible the job that we've done and that the American people have done. This could have been 2 million lives. They said 2.2 million lives. No, they're going to pay. We believe in safe streets, secure communities, and we believe in law and order, not like in Philadelphia. And they can't let that happen. They can't let the looters run wild. They can't do it. You can't. You either have law and order or you don't. Philadelphia can't do what they're doing. And they have good police in Philadelphia. They like Trump, I can tell you. I've been endorsed by every law enforcement group. New York's finest, they endorse me. They've never endorsed a presidential candidate. New York's finest endorsed me. It was a great honor because I grew up with New York's finest. Then they are. They're incredible people. They're not being allowed to do their job. They've been he cut back $1 billion he took back, and now crime is way up. It's not even the money. They're not being allowed. They're incredible people. Tough as hell, fair. They love our country. They're not being allowed in New York to do our job. Between the governor and the mayor, they're being just absolutely, and they want to leave. They want to get out. They have plenty of other opportunity. They don't need the danger. It's a dangerous job for all police. But we've been endorsed by New York. We were endorsed by Chicago police. The Chicago police, that's tough. We've been endorsed by all of you sheriffs. You have sheriffs. You have great, tough sheriffs. I know many of them, but the sheriffs, we had a big ceremony 2 months ago in Florida. Ron was there. You were endorsed. We got endorsed by the sheriffs, all law enforcement all over Florida. And I asked Sleepy Joe at the debate, I said, Joe, name one law enforcement agency, just one in the whole country that endorsed you. He couldn't do it, remember? Then Chris Wallace saved him. I had two people. I was going against Chris Wallace and him. Chris was much tougher, actually. Chris was tougher than Joe. And then I said, Joe, say the words law and order. No. Say the words law and order, Joe. Say them. And then Chris Wallace, he doesn't have to do that. Oh, okay, Chris, thanks. Now, I like Chris's father a lot better than I like him, Mike Wallace, the great Mike Wallace. You know, he did me on 60 Minutes. It was one of the few good pieces. You know, he was a tough guy. Chris tries to be like him, but he doesn't have what it takes. But Mike Wallace was a tough, tough guy. And he did me on 60 Minutes, and it was a great piece. He's never recovered from that originally, but he passed away. He was a great guy and a great, great reporter, I'll tell you. And he was a friend of mine. He was a friend of mine. That didn't mean much to Chris. All we want is fairness, right? And I will tell you, Kristen Welker, I thought she was very good. I really do. I thought she shouldn't have been because she was far left. Her family's a supporter of Democrats. Her father's a big supporter of Democrats. She's a supporter of Democrats. Should have been very unfair. I think she went out of her way. And most people say she wasn't really fair to me. But she was, because she always gave me 10 seconds. She said, okay. See, Chris should have done that. You have 10 seconds. 10 seconds to me is like an eternity. We did a lot of damage in that 10 seconds, including to get him to admit that he doesn't want oil. He doesn't want oil. I said, Texas and Pennsylvania and Ohio, are you listening? Are you listening? And you'll see they were listening on November 3rd. I'm sorry, you'll have to wait till November 3rd. Texas, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Oklahoma, North Dakota, they're all listening. And you're listening because you don't want your energy prices to go through the roof, right? And Michigan was listening because they want to produce cars and they don't want to spend all that money on energy when they're producing all of those factories that I got to go back to Michigan and go back to Ohio and go back to North Carolina and start brand new. And I'd see Prime Minister Abe of Japan. I'd say, Prime Minister, we're tired of taking your millions of cars. You got to let us have factories. Well, we can't do that. This is a private decision. No, it's not. You got to do it. But that is not government. I said, you're a powerful man, Shinzo. He just retired. Unfortunately, he got ill, but he was a great man. He a great prime minister, great guy, too. But I said, Shinzo, you have to do it. I'm sorry. We're not going to take your cars. You got to make them in this country, in our country. And he said, I can't do that, but let me work on it. The following morning, 5 major Japanese companies announced they were coming to America, and they did. I called him up. I said, Shinzo, I know you had nothing to do with it, but thank you anyway. No, they run it tough over in Japan and China and these other places. Tuesday, your vote is going to save our country. Most important election we've ever had. We are going to defeat the Marxists and the socialists and the rioters and the flag burners and the left-wing extremists. We are going to defeat the anarchists. With your support, we will fight for American workers. We will defend our Second Amendment. Don't worry, it's very safe. If Biden got in, your Second Amendment is gone so fast. You know that. Support our police, protect our borders, expand school choice, so important. Ensure more products are proudly stamped with that beautiful phrase, made in the USA. That's what's going to happen. My plan for America will deliver a safe vaccine. You're going to have it in a few weeks. It's coming very quickly. Great companies, Johnson & Johnson, Moderna, Pfizer, many, many companies. You're going to have it. Seniors will be first in line to get it, and we will make it available to everybody free. It's not your fault. It's not your fault. We're protecting our seniors. And if you're a senior and if you have a heart condition, if you have any kind of a certain type, especially diabetes, you're in big trouble if you get hit by the China virus. Big, big trouble. So we're going to make that vaccine. We're going to make it free, and it's coming from great, great firms. Our vaccine will eradicate the virus. And by the way, we have it. But whether we have it or not, it's rounding the turn. It's rounding the turn. Hey, excuse me. I'm sure you didn't hear. Nobody heard this, right? I had it. Did you know that? I had to get back on the trail. I said, this is not good timing. And I got better very quickly. First Lady had it. She had it. And she got better very quickly. But I'll tell you who had it also. The doctor went to the First Lady and myself and said, Barron has tested positive. I said, excuse me, doctor, tested positive for what? He's got COVID. I said, okay. Then about 12 minutes later, I said, doctor, how's Barron doing? He's our very tall son, very tall. Has anybody noticed he's slightly tall? He's 14, and I'm saying, hello, Baron. Yeah, he's great. But he's strong. But I said, like 12 minutes later, Dr. Sean, great doctor. We have great doctors. One thing, when you are president, you have a lot of doctors. Johns Hopkins, I want to thank them. Walter Reed Medical Center, incredible. I mean, Doc Ronnie is now a congressman from Texas. How about that? Doc Ronnie, he was before Sean, and Sean is now. Sean has been great. But Sean came up along with other doctors that Barron had it. About 12 seconds later, I said, how's Barron doing? Oh, he's okay. He shed. It's gone. It was gone like in 2 minutes. I said, hey, how come that doesn't happen with me? But I wasn't bad. You know, it was like a day. But they gave me a drug, Moderna. Who the hell knows? This was a very, Moderna makes it. I'll tell you who makes it really a great version. They say Eli Lilly, right? Regeneron. And they gave it to me, and I woke up the next morning, and I felt I could have taken the toughest, meanest person in this group. Regeneron. Now, I don't know whether or not it worked. I like to think it had no impact. I made a statement. I said, well, I'm in no trouble because I'm young and I'm in perfect physical shape. I'm a perfect physical specimen. And CNN went crazy. He's not young and he's not in perfect. They can't take a joke. No, but I was better. I was better quickly. I was better very quickly. We reduced the fatality rate 85%, and now we have the lowest infection fatality rate anywhere in the world by far. Thanks to our unrelenting efforts. And by the way, Remdesivir was also approved. It's supposed to have a great effect. I mean, I said, give me whatever the hell you have, just give it to me. I wasn't choosy. You know, the First Lady, I don't want anything I don't want. She's very particular, right? If I say, take an aspirin, you'll feel better. No, I don't want an aspirin, right? She doesn't want that. Only 3% of hospitalizations are right now China virus. So think of that. So our hospitals are ready if something should happen. But that's what, yeah, I appreciate that. He said, we trust you. You can. We are doing the greatest job of this. Except with one thing, publicity. Our public relations, we're spending too much time working and not enough time talking. But no matter what you say to these people, it won't make any difference, you know. And because of the advances in treatment we pioneered, the survival rate is far over 99. For many groups, it's 99.9%. And for under 70, it's unbelievably high. For over 70 now, it's getting very good. And the drug they gave me, that what we're doing is we're going to make that available, including the very similar drug, it's antibody, a very similar drug from Eli Lilly. We're going to make that available to anybody that needs it, should they get the China virus. We're going to make it available free. So if anybody's going to need it, Joe Biden's plan will delay the vaccine, postpone therapies, prolong the pandemic, crush our economy. We can't do this. Destroy the Florida tourism industry and lock down our entire country. We'll be locked down. Under Biden's lockdown, countless Americans will die from suicide, drug overdoses, deferred medical care, abuse. The thing that's happening to families is the cure. Remember, I said it right at the beginning. The cure cannot be worse than the problem itself. And you have Michigan locked down. You have all Democrat governors. You know what's going to happen? On November 4th, the day after the election, they're going to open it up. They're doing it for political reasons because it's so bad for their state. And they think our numbers are going to look a little worse. California's pretty much locked down. New York's got to open. New York is becoming a very unsafe ghost town. Governor, open up the state, governor. Open up the state. You'll see our governor. He's going to make a few words in a couple of minutes. Governor from New York is going to be with us in a little while. You're surprised to see that? You'll see what I mean. There will be no school, no graduations, no weddings, no Thanksgivings, no Christmases, no 4th of Julys. There will be nothing. They will allow you nothing. Other than that, he's doing a wonderful job. Europe imposed crushing lockdowns, and today, Spain has more than 2 times more new cases per capita than the United States. France has over 3 times, and Belgium has over 7 times what we have. And I don't want that. I don't want that. I don't want that to happen to them. We're helping them. We're sending them thousands and thousands of ventilators. We've become the ventilator king. We're making thousands of ventilators a month. We're sending them to Europe and all over the world. Sending a lot to Africa. They'll never be able to get them. They'll never be able to make them. We've done an incredible job. Incredible job. European lockdowns are not stopping the virus, but they're creating misery, poverty, suffering, and death. You see the riots in the street of Italy today, the streets of Italy, and the riots they're having in France. The people are tired. They can't do it anymore. They can't do it anymore. They're losing their businesses. They're losing their jobs. They go back and the business is closed for 9 months. We can't do it anymore. They can't do it. We know the disease. We social distance. We do all of the things that you have to do. If you get close, wear a mask. Always controversial. It's not controversial to me. You get close, you wear a mask. Social distance, social distance. You know the bottom line, though? You're going to get better. You're going to get better. If I can get better, anybody can get better. And I got better fast. They were so happy. They couldn't believe it. That was probably the happiest day that they've had in years. And then they came out of the hospital to wave to the people, the supporters. I heard, you know, these really beautiful rooms. Walter Reed is incredible, the best. And rooms, the glass, heavy glass panels over the windows. And through all of that heavy glass, brick and mortar, I could hear people screaming outside a half a mile away. And they were fans of mine with flags, Trump flags. We love our president. And they were there for 2 days. They stayed there all night. I mean, these people were incredible. And I said to my incredible Secret Service people, there's one of them, Bobby. I know I'm not supposed to say it. Bobby, I love you, Bob. I said, Bobby, I want to go over and see him. No problem, sir. He ripped on that mask. He wouldn't even think about that. I said, let's go over and see him, Bobby. By that time, I was in good shape. I wanted to get out here with you. But we drove in front of those people and we waved, and the people were so happy. It was incredible. It was a love fest. They were so happy. And I got back and they were saying, what a terrible thing to do. Now, we got to take care of our people, right? We got to stay with our people. Including Secret Service, who does an incredible job. Thank you. Thank you, Bobby. The man. Thank you, Bobby. Thank you, Secret Service. They do a great job. For half a century, Joe Biden has been outsourcing your jobs, opening your borders, and sacrificing American blood and treasure in endless foreign wars. In 2016, Florida voted to fire the depraved political establishment, and you elected an outsider as your president who is finally, if you don't mind, putting America first. That's what we're doing. Joe Biden is a corrupt politician that the fake news will not write about. They won't write the story. They won't write it, and big tech won't write it. They won't write the story. There's outside of the New York Post, who just endorsed me, by the way. Thank you very much. It's the 4th largest paper in the country. Got a lot of great endorsements. We got a lot of great. Jack Nicklaus, you know, Jack. He can do everything. Jack. 78 tournaments he won, and he won 18 majors. Think of that, how great that is. That means under pressure. You know, you need people like that, right? People that can win under pressure. Jack. But Jack gave me a beautiful endorsement. We got endorsements from a lot of newspapers all over. We got a lot of endorsements. If Biden wins, thank you very much. If Biden wins, China wins. When we win, Florida wins, and America wins. It's very simple. And if I don't sound like a typical Washington politician, it's because I'm not a politician. And I don't always play by the rules of Washington and the Washington establishment. It's because I was elected to fight for you, and I have fought for you harder than any president has ever fought for the people he loves. Never. Thank you very much. There's a lot of people. Look where that crowd is. Would you like to change places with some people in the back? I don't think so. Thank you. Thank you. That's incredible. What a crowd. But they're all like this, I tell you, no matter where you go. 35,000, 45,000. They never mention it, you know. They never mention it. But with Biden, they never mention it either. I said, show the crowd. You know, they have circles. Someday I'm going to hire the guy that does those circles. No, because it's really good. Big, thick, nice circles are perfectly done. It's the best part of his campaign, the circles. And usually, he's got 5 of them. Usually, he can't fill them up with people, so he puts the fake news in the circle. And then they don't ask him questions. Or how about the question they asked him the other day? He's walking out with ice cream. Sir, what flavor ice cream is it? I don't know. It's vanilla, I think. Then they asked him a real question. He ran into the car, went back to the basement. Does he have the lid on again today? Almost every day. How do you put the lid? You know, when you do the lid, he did it like 5-6 days recently. That's like 50% of the campaign. Now they try and say it's because of COVID. They say the fact that he has nobody at all show up is because of COVID. No, it's because nobody shows up. And I think that's the ultimate poll. And based on the numbers that we're getting, we're going to do really well on Tuesday. I tell you. Really well. We'll see. Who knows? Who knows? It's an election. And if we do win, you're going to see a stock market that goes through the roof. Your 401ks are going to go up by 50% quickly. You watch. I'm telling you. We know. I know all those guys. They're just petrified at the thought of having massive tax increases, regulation increases. They said, we've been through that. It wasn't good. That's why they had no growth. That's why they had no recovery. Slowest ever. Remember I said that. Slowest since 1929. It's a long time. Not only is Joe Biden corrupt, he's unfit. He has no plan to end the epidemic. It's all talk, no action, like I said at the debate. 91% to 9%. You know what that means? They did polls afterwards. 91, a respected poll. 91% said, I have to do it. I have to brag. You know why? They'll never do it. You know? You know the expression? If you can't get anybody else to do it yourself. No, 91% to 9%. And I'm trying to figure out who was the 9. I want to find who these people were. No, it was just ridiculous. Ridiculous. I think they could have done better. But, you know, you never know. Again, this is why. You never know. His policies would create a depression. And he wants you to surrender our country. That's what he wants to do. He wants you to surrender our country to China, to all of these other countries that have taken total advantage of us. It's really the reason I'm here. If it weren't for the horrible trade deals with South Korea, with our allies. You know, our allies in many ways treat us worse than the enemy. The enemy, at least we have our guard up. Our allies, what they've done to us in terms of military protection and trade is disgraceful. And when they come out and they say they like Barack Hussein Obama much more than they like Trump, that means I'm doing my job. You see? Now, Germany said it the other day, and I have roots in Germany. But Germany said it the other day, they like Barack Hussein Obama, and they should, because Germany is delinquent in their NATO payments, very delinquent. They're at a half a level, and they're very rich. They can do whatever they want. It's not like they don't have the money. And I call them out. I say, if you don't pay, we're going to start taking our troops out. And these people go crazy. They go crazy. You watch. Oh, we've already started to do it. They'll pay. But I just want to play you a video from I was so impressed. It's a little bit, you know, we only do this for people that we love. We have these very expensive boards that come along. And this is largely a woman that comes from this area. Her husband happens to be a major league baseball player. Do you know who I'm talking about? He's a handsome guy, but she's far more beautiful. And he's on Tampa Bay, so he's right now a little depressed. I don't know if he's here or not, but if he is, I want to talk to him and say, you did a great job. Kaylee, please come up here. Kaylee. And play the video, please. Play the video.
Joe Biden censored 0 times, notably. No, because we're taking our message directly to the American people. We'll be making 5 rally stops a day. 5. 1,000 show up. Literally, we had 25,000 people show up in Omaha. These are historic crowds. The president takes his message directly to the American people, and shame on Jack Dorsey. As the New York Post noted today, this is a mob artist. This is a shakedown effort to say, delete the Hunter Biden story. The media won't report on it. Social media will censor it, delete it, or we will censor the 4th largest newspaper in the United States. We will block them from social media. Big tech needs to be handled, and this president in a second term will do just that, because there needs to be equity. There needs to be a lack of censorship. This is what happens in North Korea, not in the United States of America. Yeah, look, the American people have a very clear choice when it comes to COVID. You can vote on Joe Biden, or you will be locked down. Your schools will be closed. Your churches will be closed. You won't have social gatherings. It will be a lockdown versus President Trump, where we are safely reopening this country. Americans deserve jobs. They deserve freedom. Time. We can control this, but at the same time, we can open this country and not lock down like Joe Biden will do. That's right. It's their livelihood. These are small businesses, people who have worked their entire lives to open these shops, these businesses. And then on top of that, you have 30 police officers who were injured on the first night of the riots. One run over by a car. A chance to stuff police officers in trunks. A vehicle with explosive devices. Let me be crystal clear why this is happening. It's because Democrats have enabled the mob. When they attack our police officers verbally, it ends up that they end up being attacked physically. It's called what Jim Comey said, the Ferguson effect, and we're seeing it play out yet again.
So as we have 70 new infections a day and 29 states have hit highs, is the president's approach herd immunity?
No, the president's approach is therapeutics, which, by the way, have given us the lowest case fatality rate in the world, far lower than Europe's. Right now, when you look across the hospitals in the United States, the percentage of COVID patients in hospital beds is 6%. It's because this president did things right. You have a 99% survival rate under 70 and above 70 because of our therapeutics. It's very close to that because of what this president did, tearing down bureaucratic barriers, tearing down regulations, paving the way for therapeutics. We have done this right, and the Europe-United States comparison tells that story.
All right, Kayleigh McEnany.
Fact is, every time I've called the president, he's quickly gotten on the line. When we asked to get support for that Mercy ship in Southern California, he was able to direct that in real time.
What the federal government did, working with states, was a phenomenal accomplishment.
We got 2,000 of these field medical sites that are up, almost all operational now in the state because of his support. And those are the facts.
His team has been on it. I know a team when they're on it, and I know a team when they're not on it. His team is on it. They've been responsive late at night, early in the morning.
We are working very well with FEMA Region 2 and with the Army Corps of Engineers, building 4 field hospitals. That was a decision the president himself took, and I'm grateful for it.
These were just extraordinary efforts and acts of mobilization. And the federal government stepped up. We needed help, and they were there.
He said everything that I could have hoped for. And we had a very long conversation. And every single thing he said, they followed through on.
We've got to have double the number of ventilators that we requested for that area of the state. And in fact, we got them in, frankly, short order.
Have we lost anyone because we didn't have a bed, or we didn't have a ventilator, or we didn't have healthcare staff? No.
The president was extending support for new swabs. So conversation, commitment, promise made, promise kept.
Now, to be fair, maybe Biden's not telling us because he's forgotten his own plans. Watch Biden's staff quickly swoop in to shuffle him along during a quickie escape the basement trip to Pennsylvania.
Here's the deal. One of the things that is important is that keep in mind, although they're going to vote on Barrett, I think today.
That was terrifying.
What kind of country we're going to be? 4 more years of Georgia, is going to find ourselves in a position where, if Trump gets elected, we're going to be in a different world.
I mean, who's going to say it better than Kaylee? So, I want to congratulate you. This is a great-looking couple. We almost had the Dodgers. Are they that good a team? They're pretty good, right? Oh, you're pretty good, too. And you're a great couple, and that's a beautiful baby. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Great season. She's smart. She's smart. She picked a major league ball player. You know what it is to get in the major leagues? It's tough. You got to be in shape. You can't look like these guys out here. Nah, she's great. But did anybody say, especially on the pandemic, has anybody said it better than that? That was on this morning on Fox. Fox and Friends. And I got to tell you, that group, that threesome, they're great, right? They're great, right? It's a great group in the morning. But she said it on Fox and Friends. Ainsley, Steve, and Brian has been really great, right? Brian has been great. No, they treat us good. We're thrilled to be joined by your governor, who I know is up here speaking, but I'm going to introduce him a second time because we love him, and he's done a great job, and he loves the people of Florida. Ron DeSantis. Ron, thank you. And your lieutenant governor, who is a fantastic woman, and she loves her state, Jeanette Nunes. Jeanette, thank you. And we have some warriors, you know, that used to work with Ron, and without them, maybe I wouldn't be standing here. Remember, 197-0. Congressman Michael Waltz. Michael. He knows more about, where's Michael? Michael. You get married yet, Michael? Huh? Please get married quickly. You'll be so depressed, Michael. If you don't, you're going to be very, very depressed. Thank you. Thank you. You better do it quick. She's out of here, Michael. Another great friend of mine and a warrior, Gus Bilirakis. Thank you, Gus. Great job. Great job. Great job. Thank you. Thank you. And Greg Stubbe. Greg, thank you very much. Greg, great job. You're doing great. These people are tough. We've had some, tell you what, we have some incredible people in Washington. Attorney General Ashley Moody, who's doing a phenomenal job. Thank you, Ashley, for everything. Doing a fantastic job. Florida House Speaker Chris Sprawls. And so young. Florida GOP Chair Joe Gruters. Joe, where are you, Joe? Where's Joe? Joe, how are we doing, Joe? You'll be out of here so fast if we don't win this election. He'll be gone. We are doing well. Yep. We're going to win. If we don't win, our country will have trouble. And vote for the congressman and vote for the Republicans. They want to do what's right. They want to do what's right, and you know it's the right thing to do. We have congressional candidates Scott Franklin and Anna Paulina Luna. Great, I put something out. They have my full endorsement. Great going. I hear you're both doing very well. Win, please. Doing very well. Great, great. Under my administration, we're reversing the damage that Joe Biden and his group have done over a 47-year period. We're bringing the pharmaceutical industry back here and back to regions of Puerto Rico. They took it out of Puerto Rico, devastating Puerto Rico. Joe Biden voted to eliminate those jobs and to send them to China. And we're reversing that, and we've been reversing it now for over 2 years, and it's moving very rapidly. Last month, I also announced $13 billion in disaster relief for Puerto Rico. They got hit hard. They're in a little path that causes problems. You know that, right? A lot of hurricane problems. Speaking of hurricanes, you have a lot of hurricane problems, too, and I'm always there. Ron, am I always there? Ron calls up. Sir, I'd like to speak to you. What is it about? Another hurricane? Yes. How many billion do you need, Ron? But I'm always there. And Rick, I'll tell you what, Rick Scott's been great. He's been great. And Marco Rubio has been great. He's been great. Marco. Very strong guys, strong leaders, good guys, too. Really good guys, Marco and Rick. You have great people here, great leadership. Under my leadership, we achieved the most secure border in United States history. And we have now built over 400 miles of wall. And we'll have it finished very shortly. It'll be finished very soon. You don't hear about it anymore. You used to hear when they didn't think I'd be able to pull it off, and that was a tough one. They were willing to close up the country over the wall. So I had a party, totally strong party. Bad politics, but strong party. Bad policy. But they didn't want a wall. But I made a really terrible mistake. I should have said, instead of we will build a wall, I should have said, we will not build a wall. They would have given me all the money. They would have said, we demand that you build it immediately. But then they said, walls don't work. And I said, no, walls work and wheels work. Those are the two things that work. Everything else gets obsolete in about 15 minutes after it's discovered. Biden wants to terminate our travel bans and surge refugees from the most dangerous places in the world. He will open the floodgates to radical Islamic terrorism. And you saw what happened 3 days ago, the beheading in France. And today it happened again. And we give our warmest regards to President Macron, a friend of ours, a friend of mine, a friend of the First Lady. They're great, two great people. First Lady of France is a great woman. Under the Biden plan, the horrifying attacks in France will come to our cities and our towns. And I don't want to speak too loudly about this, and I knock on wood. This is real wood, you know? This is real wood. I can tell anything having to do with the White House and the president. It's real wood. Somewhere. Oh, yeah, here. Let me knock on this piece. That's definitely. But you know what? Look at what's happened. Long time, right? I don't want to say long time. And you know, the first call I get, after we win, the first call I get will be from Iran. They're going to want to make a deal because their country has been devastated. They have been unable to give money to terrorist organizations that they've given routinely for years. Their GDP is down 27% this year, which is the highest anybody's ever seen of any country 1 year. Think of it, we're up 33.1 and they're down 27. And they're going to want to make a deal, and we want to make a deal if we can. We want them to be a great country, but they cannot have a nuclear weapon. They cannot have a nuclear weapon. And we're going to help them. We're going to help them. We're going to go with them and help them and do whatever we have to do. And I hope that happens. But I believe that, and I even said, don't deal with them now. They're going to want to see what happens with Sleepy Joe, because if he won, China will own us. Iran will make another crazy deal where they give them $150 billion and $1.8 billion in cash. Think of that. We have so many things. What we've done, the deals that we've made, it's very scary to see. I watch it and I say there has to be something wrong because nobody can be that stupid. Nobody can be that stupid. Under my leadership, we're keeping the terrorists, extremists, and violent criminals the hell out of our country, if that's okay. If that's okay with you. Some of you might object because you have that nice liberal point of view, but if that's okay with you, we'll keep them the hell out. We invested $2.5 trillion in the U.S. military, including $11.2 million. Think of this, $11.2 million right here, MacDill Air Force Base. Has anybody heard of MacDill? Has anybody in the audience, Mr. Congressman, you're the one that got it. You're the one that got it included, Waltz. And we also passed Veterans' Choice and Veterans' Accountability. They all said it was impossible. They said it was impossible. And we took 100% of the ISIS caliphate, destroyed it, and we killed the leader of ISIS, al-Baghdadi, who they're looking for 17 years. Al-Baghdadi is dead. And then we took out the world's #1 terrorist by far, the worst in 50 years. Qasem Soleimani is dead. He killed many of our soldiers. He killed many soldiers from many countries, the most feared man in the Middle East. He's gone. I withdrew from the last administration's horrible Iran nuclear deal. I recognized the capital of Israel and opened the American embassy in Jerusalem. And got the building built for a tiny fraction. You know that story, right? Tiny fraction. I called up our great ambassador, David Friedman. I said, David, let's see if we can get it open. They wanted to spend $2 billion to build an embassy. Do you believe? And it would have never happened. I said, David, go around. Do we have any land that we own? With the government, we own everything, right? Even in other countries. See what we have. He calls me back the following day. He says, sir, we own a great piece, much better than the piece they were going to buy. We didn't buy it because I didn't like it. I didn't like the location. Does that make sense? Because I'm in the real estate. I didn't like location. Location's very important. I said, see what we have. He said, sir, we have a piece that's much bigger. It's in a much better location. And it has a building. Now, remember, we're going to spend between $1 billion and $2 billion. I said, well, what's the building? He said, the building is a building that's basically unoccupied. It's pretty big. We could fix it up. I said, how much? He said, let me get back to you. He gets back to me 2 days later. Sir, I think we can do it for $390,000. Right? Right? You understand that, Mr. Congressman? So I said, you know, it's the first time I've ever done this. I said, David, that doesn't sound good. It sounds too cheap. Make it a little more. Make it 500. Okay? And we did. We did it for 500,000. And, you know, it's Jerusalem. And a friend of mine, Ron Barron, he's so proud of a wall opposite the elevator. Every time I walk in, he shows me Jerusalem stone. I go crazy. Ron, I don't care. I said, David, you're in Jerusalem. It's very expensive in New York. Can you get Jerusalem stone? He said, yes, we can. We have it. We can buy it for nothing. I said, good. Make the building out of Jerusalem stone. So he made it out of Jerusalem stone. We had it opened 4 months later for $500,000. That means, because you know what? Not only would it have cost more than $2 billion, you wouldn't have that building built for 25 years. So we did something a little different. We got something done for a tiny, tiny fraction of what it was supposed to cost. And we had it open in 3.5, 4 months. And it's now our embassy. It's a great embassy. And it's recognized. Jerusalem is the capital of Israel. Sort of a great story. And I also recognized Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights. They've been working on that for 52 years. We got it done in 2 hours. And it's not easy. And every president wanted to do those two things for many, many decades, but they couldn't. And I understand why they couldn't. A lot of pressure against. And instead of never-ending wars in the Middle East, we're forging peace deals all over the place, you see. No blood in the sand. No blood in the sand, no cost. Biden and Obama made a pathetic one-sided deal with the Castro dictatorship. My opponent stands with socialists and communists. I stand with the proud people of Cuba and Nicaragua and Venezuela in their righteous struggle for freedom, and we're winning. We're winning it. It's going to be easy. We're winning. The last administration also negotiated the terrible Obama-Biden-Santos deal with Colombian drug cartels, surrendering to the narco-terrorists. You know what that means? That means drugs. Our First Lady sits on our commission. She chairs the Commission of Drugs and on drugs in America and how to get rid of it. It's a blue ribbon commission, right? And we're down 19%. We had a little setback with the recent problem with the China virus, but it's getting back under control. But she's taken it down 19. She and the commission have taken it down 19%. And she doesn't want it mentioned. She doesn't want to talk about it. She doesn't want to talk about it. See, if it were me sitting in her position, I'd be holding a news conference. I have done an incredible job. No, I'm only kidding. I'm only kidding. I'm only kidding. But she has done an incredible job. Thank you, honey. Under my... Thank you. Thank you very much. Under my administration, we worked with Colombian officials to seize or disrupt 227 tons of poisonous narcotics since April alone. The fact is, I've done more in 47 months than Sleepy Joe Biden has done in 47 years. It's true. It's true. No administration in the first 3.5 years has done what this administration's done. We've rebuilt our military. We've done the biggest tax cut in history, biggest regulation cut in history. What we've done is incredible, even environmentally. I tell you what, we're not going to go over a list, would be here all day, but no administration. And you know, the fake news doesn't even call me on it. They don't even, if you make a statement, they think it's like 1% off. It's like a headline the next day. In the coming weeks, we will distribute a vaccine, defeat the virus, and complete the great American comeback. We're in the process. A vote for Republicans, like these people right down here, is a vote for the great American dream. That's what it is. I remember Abraham Lincoln, the legendary Abraham Lincoln, was a Republican. Would you please remember that? Nobody knows that. They know it now because I like to say it. Over the next 4 years, we will make America into the manufacturing superpower of the world, and we will end our reliance on China once and for all. It's already started. We will hire more police, increase penalties for assaults on law enforcement, and we will ban deadly sanctuary cities. We will defend religious liberty, free speech, and the right to keep and bear arms. Your Second Amendment will be defended. We will maintain America's unrivaled military might, and we will ensure peace through strength. And I told you we spent $2.5 trillion with a T, $1 trillion on our military. We have the finest rockets, the finest missiles, the finest jets, F-35s. We have the finest tanks and submarines and ships, all made in the USA. And our nuclear stockpile, we are in a position like no other country in the world. We're the envy of every country. Russia, China, North Korea. No country in the world has what we have. And just a lot of religious people in this audience. Pray to God that we never have to use it. And it's more likely that we won't have to use it now that we have it. But just hope that we never have to use it. We will end surprise medical billing, require price transparency, lower drug prices even more, and we will always protect patients with pre-existing conditions. America will land the first woman on the moon, and the United States will be the first nation to land an astronaut on Mars. It's already happening now. We will stop the radical indoctrination of our students and restore patriotic education to our schools. We will teach our children to love our country, honor our history, and always respect our great American flag. And we will live by the timeless words of our national motto, "In God we trust." For years, you had a president who apologized for America. Now you have a president who's standing up for America and standing up for the great people of Florida. So get your friends, get your family, get your neighbors, get your boss. Pull them out of the chair. Come on, boss. And you got to get out and vote. There's never been an election more important. On November 3rd, we must finish the job and drain the rest of the swamp. We've done a lot of it. From Pensacola to Miami, from Orlando to Jacksonville, and from Tallahassee to right here in Tampa, We inherit the legacy of you know what, right? We inherit the incredible legacy of Florida patriots who gave their blood, sweat, and tears for this beloved nation. We stand on the shoulders of American heroes who crossed the oceans, blazed the trails, settled the continent, tamed the wilderness, laid down the railroads, dug out the Panama Canal, raised up the great skyscrapers, won 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism, and from right here in this beautiful state, landed our brave American astronauts on the face of the moon. You've done a lot. We made America into the single greatest nation in the history of the world, and the best is yet to come. Proud citizens like you help build this country, and together we are taking back our country. We are returning power to you, the American people. With your help, your devotion, and your drive, we are going to keep on working. We are going to keep on fighting, and we are going to keep on winning, winning, winning. We're winning. We are winning again. We are winning again. We are one movement, one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. And together with the incredible people of Florida, we have made America powerful again. We have made America wealthy again. We have made America strong again. We have made America proud again. We have made America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you, Florida. Get out and vote. Thank you.
The President of the United States. President Trump is finished now in Tampa, and I have some breaking news for you. The Trump rally scheduled next in Fayetteville, North Carolina, has been postponed until Monday because of inclement weather in the area. They're getting a 50-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and the Trump campaign sent out a media advisory about 5 minutes ago with the information that it has indeed been canceled. So for those of you who are planning on going to that or watching it, it will not be happening tonight, but we expect it to be back on Monday, according to the Trump campaign. So it looks like we are done for the day. But if anything pops up, of course, we'll cover it here at RSBN. And then tomorrow is a busy day in itself. We have 3 rallies tomorrow across the great United States, and then 3 rallies the next day. And I'm sure there'll be 4 or 5 the next day, and 4 or 5 on Monday. So thank you all for tuning in so much. We appreciate you so much, and I hope you enjoyed our coverage today. I'm going to let you listen to some YMCA as you get ready for the president to leave, and then we'll send it back to our crew there, who's going to do an extended post show today since the rally in Fayetteville is canceled. God bless you all. Please support us. We need your help more than ever now to get to the next rallies. It's going to be insanity. RSBNetwork.com/donate. God bless. See you tomorrow.
President of the United States. The music's so loud here as the President leaves. YMCA is playing. Supporters are cheering and they are riled up. They are ready to see another 4 more years of President Donald Trump as he is putting America first. We see the supporters are dancing and cheering.
I'd like to thank our partner, My Patriot Supply. With only days to the election, now is the time to prepare, and My Patriot Supply is back with a great offer for today only. Save $30 on their most popular one-week food kit. It comes in a super cool ammo can, and it contains breakfast, lunches, and dinners that last up to 25 years. You can only get this today, and you can only get this at prepare2020.com. Think about it. When an emergency strikes, what is your first impulse? Go to the grocery store. But in today's volatile world, we would likely find chaos and empty shelves, so get yourselves prepared. Storing food in your home is a great way to protect your family in case of natural disasters or civil unrest. With all that we've seen today, lately, it is imperative that you all prepare yourselves. If 2020 has taught us anything, it is this: do not get caught unprepared. Make a plan today. Again, that is prepare2020.com. Thank you to our partners. Thank you to our supporters. Thank you all. We could not do this without you. And again, we will see you all. And we have 5 more days to go. We'll see you guys again tomorrow and following. President Trump has still a full schedule ahead of him. And of course, we are here 100% to bring you guys the unfiltered version. Mike?
I'm sorry. I'm over here having fun. I'm holding up the RSBN flag. I'm going to pass the flag over here. You can hold it up. Philip there. I'm having a blast out here with my people out here in Tampa, Florida. They are excited. They are fired up. They love Right Side Broadcasting because they know that we're going to show them on camera. Look at that. You, the viewer, get to see this crowd fired up. We're holding up the RSBN flag, and they are loving what we're doing out here. They love us here at Right Side Broadcasting. Yes, indeed. Shout out to all of the supporters, all of the followers here. We'd love to see it. Love you guys. Thank you for supporting us here at RSBN. Now, I don't know what all Zoe covered, but yeah, unfortunately, the Fayetteville rally was postponed, so we are not able to bring you coverage of that. That has been postponed to Monday, but we are going to bring you a little bit of extended coverage here, guys, because you guys are the best. Just want to say thank you to all of us, all of you out there that are tuned in and supporting us at Right Side Broadcasting. The crowd loves it. Oh man, this is incredible. We're going to turn this country red. We're going to turn the state red. We're going to re-elect President Donald Trump in 5 days. It's because of fired up, proud American patriots like you see right here. We're going to do this thing, guys. We're going to win this fight in 5 days. Now, I do want to let you guys know that we are almost entirely viewer funded, which means we are going to need to recoup some of the money that we lost with the Fayetteville rally. Guys, we have cameramen and correspondents down there in Fayetteville, North Carolina, but because of the inclement weather with the hurricane coming through, we had to postpone it. So if you guys wouldn't mind, please go to rsbnetwork.com/donate and support us. Support us in this fight. We are in the home stretch. We have 5 days to go until we re-elect Donald J. Trump. Guys, please go to rsbnetwork.com. I love you too. These people are trying to get my attention. I got to post for this photo here. Oh my goodness, we're getting so much support out here, so much fan support. Now guys, you can go to rsbnetwork.com to continue this fight and support us. You can also mail your checks to 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344, Auburn, Alabama, 36830. Again, 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344, Auburn, Alabama, 36830. Look, that's who we are, and we're proud of it. We're damn proud of it. We're not going to let the left and Joe Biden and his minions and his allies in the media destroy this country. We're unified. I see everybody out here. I see Latinos for Trump. I see blacks for Trump, Jews for Trump, Catholics for Trump, everybody for Trump out here. Oh my gosh, look at this. This is incredible. They have almost as much enthusiasm for us as they do President Trump. Was how you know that we are making a difference, guys. We are winning this fight. The enthusiasm and the momentum are in our favor. And guess what else? God is on our side. God always wins. The truth prevails. Liberty prevails. Freedom prevails. Love prevails. The highest vibrational frequency in the universe is love. And that's what I experience every time I go to one of these rallies. Every single time. I want to thank every last one of you for tuning in. I want to read out some of the super chats too while I got you guys here. Now that the crowd is starting to disperse a little bit. In a perfect world, we'd be able to do interviews, but given our current circumstances, we're not able to. But the people love us here. G-Men from Texas, thank you for your super chat. Peter Hoptman says MAGA 2020. Oh, no, Peter said MAGA, Make America Great Again 2020. Got you. Also, Standing Citizen, Trump and other friends of freedom will love the important message in the 9-minute video at the Standing Citizen channel. The idea expressed should have been created years ago. YouTube already actively trying to stifle the message. Please help to spread. Well, I just read it out on air, so hopefully that helps you out. We got to support independent media, guys. Also support my friend Brandon. That's the point. Support him. Find him on YouTube. Tell him I sent you. That's the point with Brandon. Guys, you got anything else you want to say right now?
Thank you, Mike. Well, of course, it was a blessed, victorious day again. Of course, President Trump bringing you the truth about what he has planned for this nation, for the American people. And you're seeing it firsthand, the enthusiasm. And of course, we still have 5 more days to go. It's important for you all to get out and vote. Continue supporting our president. Philip, do you have anything else to add?
I'll just go ahead and wrap it up by saying thank you so much to everybody who joined us today. Please do not forget to donate to help us continue fighting for President Trump in the midst of fake news. And thank you for choosing Right Side Broadcasting Network as your place to see President Trump live every time. And on behalf of the whole team here, we thank you so much for tuning in.
Hello, I'm Father Frank Pavone of Priests for Life. Are you tired of the lies that his opponents tell about President Trump? He puts kids in cages, he's racist, he doesn't have a plan to fight the virus. Well, so am I. So I've set up a website called electionhonesty.com, which says 12 of the most common lies and helps you to refute them. Go to electionhonesty.com today and spread it to others. And remember, support Right Side Broadcasting.
Hey y'all, we're Diamond and Silk. Listen, our book dropped already, and we want you to get a copy of it.
That's right.
Uprising, who the hell said you can't ditch and switch? The Awakening of Diamond and Silk.
That's right.
Now you can get the book at diamondandsilkbook.com or anywhere that books are sold. And I want you to continue to support RSBN.
That's right.
Why? Because they've been here since the beginning. And they will be here to the very end.
That's right.
And guess what, y'all?
What?
We gonna win.
That's right.
You all get out and vote. Vote red. RED. Remove every Democrat. And make sure you vote for Donald J. Trump. We love y'all.
Bye-bye.
Too bad you can't. Too bad. It's too bad you.